hello. I'm here to tell you everything about everything. Everything about it all. First of all, live chat. Hello, Arcael. Hello, Maya Mayor. Hello. Hello. I'm gonna do the side chat. Little 10. Hello. How are you today, everyone? Maya Mayor. Hello. And I have to tell you the secret of life itself. You're starting a new game today. A new old game. We're gonna warm up with a new game, okay? Look at this. Game capture. I'm gonna be excited for this one. It's the best game. Wait, what the hell happened? What the? Okay. Will it capture? Will it please capture? Oh, it might not capture. Hello, Bill Portley. Yeah, I have to do something else then. Window capture. This is gonna be a window capture. So, this is gonna be a window capture. No. No. There we go. We've done it. Hello, everybody. We're doing the new game. Did you know this about me? I bet you did not know this about me. Okay, so we're gonna make it. This is the warm-up section of the stream. How is everybody? Okay, so listen, we have to make the game loud and clear. Okay, how do I make the game play? Oh my gosh, I cannot find the Doom. That's actually fine. That's not a problem. Oh wait, it's here. Can we hear it? No, but that's okay. This problem has been long fixed. Let me check something. Okay, it's loud enough. It's my house, that's right. It is my house. But don't take it to think that I'm super rich and don't need donations, okay? Just because this is my house, it does not mean that I'm rich, okay? No files. How do I? Oh. New game. Okay, what difficulty? What difficulty? Vote. Vote now. It is time. I'm gonna pour myself some Pepsi, as I do. And you're gonna have to choose a difficulty for me. Do you think I'm good? Do you think I'm bad? Now is your time to decide. I'm too young to die. Hey, not too rough. Hurt me plenty. Ultraviolence. Nightmare. And also, when deciding, keep in mind and think back to my Transformers performance. When deciding what difficulty I should play, think back to my Transformers game performance. because we want to be able to do anything, right? So write the difficulty or a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Write a number from 1 to 5. The highest is 1, the lowest is 5. Let's go. Let's get the audience engaged. Engage the audience. One, 3. Okay, it cannot be a draw, so you have to choose. Maya Mayor says 1 because Maya Mayor thinks I suck at games. Arkael says 3 because Arkael has not seen me play games. Lily Tenshu says 3. Okay, let's wait for one more vote and then we can start. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. One more vote. One more vote. One more vote. One more vote. Maybe the average. You already voted. One more vote. One more vote. The average. 3 plus 3 plus 1 divided by 3 is how many? I'm gonna need a calculator for that. Where's my phone? Oh, here it is. Now we can do it. I'm an artist, not a mathematician. Okay. 3 plus 3 plus 1 divided by 3. That's 6.3. No. What? That's not right. Wait, once again. 3 plus 3. Calculator is broken. Plus 1 equals 7. Divided by 3. 2.3. That doesn't help me because it's between 2 and 3. So come on, one more vote. One more person vote. Or I'll be sad. Free. Okay, that's it. That's free. 1, 2. Hurt me plenty. All right. Free, free, free 1. All right, we're doing it. We in the house. Wow. Is that an amazing house in the middle of nowhere? What is this? A satanic house. It is so... What a wasteland. What a strange house. My house. How do you feel? I'm doxing my address on stream. What if I made that the title? What if I changed the stream's title to I'm doxing my address? I'm gonna change the title. Let's see if anybody gets caught in the, what do you call it? Clickbait. Edit. There we go. Ready? Let's go. Let's continue the tour. Yes, because the game is paused. Is it? There we go. Let me check. Should not be showing the... Yeah, it's fine now, right? Is it fine now? Is it okay now? It seems okay now. Wait, hold on. Something's not right. I see what's happening. It freezes. How do I fix that? Where's my mouse? My mouse is gone. Let's quit the game. Let's start it. Apologies. But I don't know why, but OBS can be real crappy with stuff like that. Wait. Oh my gosh, I got scared for a second. What? Wait, what? What file was this again? Oh. Okay. Wrong file. Apologies, gigglers. Okay, let me see. It seems okay now. It feels okay now. Oh. The game just freezes when I started. Okay. Desktop capture it is. Desktop capture it is. One moment. Display capture. Yes? It's like display, you mean display capture, right? No. How do I delete this? Okay. What? Okay, let me see. One moment. Let's make it lower. In the totem pole. Okay, it feels okay now. Alright, let's go. Let's play the game. Oh my god, I'm so excited now. It does? Well, that's because all houses are the same. Have you been to my house? I'm gonna show you my garden. Get ready. This is the exit. I live in the middle of nowhere. So if you feel sorry for me, donate. That's right. Alright, look. How do you like my house? It's a bit squarey. It's a square house. Believe it or not, it's bigger on the inside than on the outside. There's a door here. This is my garage. I don't have a car, obviously. I had to sell my car. I actually had to sell my father's car. After he died, we had to sell the car. He had such square houses in Poland countryside. That's true. That's so true. But we don't really have this sort of thing. So that's not a thing that's present. Shall we open the door to the basement? What the heck? Alright! Got him. What are you shooting at me? Who's? Where? Now I'm scared. It was modular. Yeah, my grandfather lived in a modular house like that. You'll be interested to know that my grandfather, when my mom was small, did his best to move from a pre-World War II apartment to a block. So this is like a little bit of trivia. Grandfather moved the whole family to a block apartment when it was still being built. So he actually had certain control over how elements of the apartment were built. For example, my grandmother designed a set of stairs, and those stairs were installed in the apartment, in the block apartment when it was built. So that apartment is unique within the whole huge block. It is the only apartment in the whole huge block that has these stairs. Because my grandmother designed the stairs and they were custom installed. Nice wooden stairs. I might show you a photo one day. What is strange that we did not have the same kind of modular cube houses in Hungary. We had massive block houses. Interesting. There are also block houses as well. When I'll go to the city, I'll take a photo and send you. Thank you for the $75. Oh, here's for the commission. Thank you, Commissioner. Are you here to see my house, fake Alec Kyle Parker? We're exploring, but yeah, I'm gonna show you the apartments. In Poland, you also had those mini houses, one house for one family, and they were rolled together with each house has a small garden. That's creepy one. Fake Kyle Parker is white? I cannot believe that. Yeah, like there's variety. There's variety when it came to the Polish Socialist Republic housing. But the real positive thing, because I feel like I'm just crapping on... It feels like I'm crapping on everything that is...
Obey!
Thank you! Thank you for the tier 1. So it feels a bit biased when I crap on anything that's Marxist-Leninist related. So I will give up compliment that during the Marxist-Leninist times, as far as I've been able to research, homelessness was almost non-existent during the Polish People's Republic because everybody could get some sort of housing in some way, you know? So that was sort of like a really nice aspect to it. In fact, interestingly enough, in the anti-communist opposition, in the anti-establishment opposition, there were people who wanted to topple the government, but they wanted to keep the good parts of the old system, if that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, and there's one more interesting thing to note about the block housing from the old PRL and probably Hungary as well. I'm not sure if you know about this, Karasu, but you can hear me well over the game, right? You see, my nickname for the Wagner Lear was Pregnant Ocean Man. Oh my god. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but... Oh. But there's a very interesting thing about the Polish blocks and buildings. They were built to last to a very specific year. They were built to last till a very specific year. But it turns out, which is interesting because often they say that the socialist/communist craftsmanship was crap. But at least in Poland, they were checked not long ago, and it turns out that even though they were giving a pretty specific date until they have to be destroyed, it seems like they will last for much longer than they were designed for, you know? It turns out that they were built so well that they will last a much, much, much longer than the builders predicted, which I find extremely interesting. You know? So basically, the media calmed people down and said that they will last for a long, long time to come. Yeah, and it turns out that they will last for at least 100 more years or more. So I find this very interesting. I'm talking about the big blocks, the big block houses. But they will last for a long time without having to be demolished. And yes, thank you for the subs. We're now walking through my house. This is my old junk. Let's go. Here. This is my television set. This is how I treat my guests. Oh my god. Come on. These are my books. You know I have a lot of books. This is my pool table. I'm making burgers on the barbecue. Oh my god. I want to make burgers so hard. At least this was one of my team workmates said who was working on construction in London. Oh, that's interesting. That is so interesting. But the buildings of that era are really a mixed bag. They are a product of their time. I spent all of my childhood and early adulthood living in a block. So I do have certain nostalgia for the block, you know? But I do have also certain nostalgia for the pre-World War II building because they represent, like, they represent something that was lost with the war. And by that, of course, I mean the Jewish community, you know? The pre-World War II buildings represent the destroyed Jewish community. So there's that aspect as well. But the block represents my childhood. So I sort of like it. Although some people not necessarily like it. For example, when I showed my childhood apartment to Ren, you know, she said that the ceiling was claustrophobically low. And it's sort of true, but because I lived all my life in that apartment, I was just used to it. To the ceiling being very low. You know? Oh, in Poland it's much more complicated. Oh, in Poland it's so complicated because the ownership in Warsaw is so complicated that the buildings are left unrenovated and are sealed. Because what if someone renovates a pre-World War II building and suddenly out of nowhere the owner shows up? That's possible, you know? It's a mess in Poland when it comes to ownership of okay. I do want to go to the Budapest and to the synagogue. Yeah, I do want to. That has to be a... I suspect there are not many synagogues where you live right now, right? This is my other TV. I have more than one. This is an Xbox? I don't own an Xbox, a CD. Don't let this house be an indicator of how rich I am or not. I am not rich, I promise. What the? Yeah, I do. I think it's a CD. It might be something else. It might be a Blu-ray or Super DVD. Toilet! Can I flush? See dumping noises. I have no reflection? I'm a vampire. Oh my god, I have no reflection. Look. Literally no reflection. I want to take a shower. I cannot take a shower. I cannot believe this. I'm jealous of Arkel. Who's eating a burger. Well, burgering a burger. There you go. This is my bed. And across the bed is my big, nice picture. How do you like my house so far? How do you like the tour? I bet you've never been in an amazing house like this. What was that? What the hell was that? You would not visit me, why not? Oh, you don't like me. I understand, you would not visit me. This is the porch. Now I'm sad you would not visit me. I got lost in my own house. You see, you know I'd be too scared to go to Poland. That's true. I will visit people by going to your prospective lands. England is close, actually. England is very close. I actually went to England once to meet up with a friend from Germany. Duck! It's a duck! This is the best game ever, even though I'm a vampire. Look! Wow. You seem to so trigger happy against your guests. Well, you know, they deserve it, and you don't deserve it, so it's okay. A duck! Whack, whack. Nice. Toilet! More toilets. I have like a lot of toilets. That doesn't mean that I'm rich. By no means that it doesn't mean that I'm rich. Oh yeah, oh my gosh. I know what to do now. Let's go. There was a locked door somewhere. Let's go to the basement. I think the locked door was in the basement. Or something. Open sesame. That's right. Well, what do I do now? Hair dryer. You have to fill up all the things to get the duck. Oh! I can get the duck? Well, thank you, Arkel. Now we have to visit all of the toilets. Wait, well, oh my gosh. I'm stuck? Okay. I'm not stuck anymore. What was that? Let's roam the toilets. Is there a toilet here? No. Let's go upstairs. There has to be a toilet here. Let's go to the toilet. That's not the toilet. And that's not the toilet either. Oh, wow. Toilet. Toilet! Let's go. Get the duck. Can I get it? Can I get it? There has to be a different toilet somewhere. That doesn't mean that I'm rich. That's filled. Should be one more. What's this? Oh. How do I get out of here? I don't see a way out. Where's the exit? Oh, there we go. No, it's a tomb. How do I get out of here? I'm trapped. What the hell? Is it impossible to get out of here? Oh my god. I'm stuck. I don't know how to get out of here. It's a maze, it's impossible. Oh, where is it? Oh, there you go, thank you. I guess I'm not stuck after all. That's good. Very nice, very nice. Filled. Can I get the duck now? How do I get the duck? Have I not filled all of the sinks? Kitchen sink. Where's the kitchen? Is this the kitchen? No, that's like oh, kitchen sinks. Alright, let's go. Ducky. Where's the duck? Duck! I cannot get it. I must have missed a sink or two. I don't know. Where's the sink? Where are there any other sinks? What other sinks have I missed? This is getting difficult. Let's go. There's one sink somewhere. Look at the blue door first, I think. Hello, Obsessive Forage. We're looking to fill in all of the sinks. We're filling the sinks and then I get that duck. That's my objective right now in life. This is my computer, by the way. We're continuing the tour of my house. Yeah, you know, like toilet sinks and kitchen sinks. This one is filled. Blue door. Oh, health toilet. I'm full health, so it's okay. Alright, blue door. Where is there a blue door? Oh my god. This is gonna be such a busy stream. You won't have time to think of the things that usually people think about when they think, because you won't have time. So it's all good. What's here? This is my Pepsi. Oh, what is this? This is my expensive thing, which does not indicate that I'm rich. As I feel like I have to say that a lot because this house sure makes me seem rich. But all I can do is assure you that I'm not. This is my special laundry room. where I do my laundry. In Vietnam, it's normal to have a special room that's just for laundry. It's lost in the wrong house. Don't bully me. That is what happens to everyone. Drink the Pepsi? Wait, you can drink it? Wait, hold on. I didn't know that. Where was that room again? I can drink the Pepsi? That's impossible. Wait. Now I have to find the room again. Oh my god. Where's that Pepsi room? I'm lost in my own house. That's true. Where's the Pepsi room? Oh my god. I think it was upstairs. There you go. Is it here? No. That's my special laundry room. Pepsi room? No. I didn't know you could drink the Pepsi. Pepsi. Oh! What does that do, actually? Does it give you armor? No. Well, let's go to the basement. This game is so complicated. It's been a while since I've played such a complicated game. I get lost. Wait, where's the... Why is this game so complex? Let's go to the basement. There's a lot happening in this game. This is like the super basement. I assume this is a boiler or something. Wait, I could have sworn there was something here. What? Am I trapped in the house now? Did the exit disappear? Where's the exit? Where's the... What the hell? I could have sworn there was... that this led to the garage. But it doesn't. What? This game must be so fed up with me. But it's okay, this is a difficult game after all. It's normal to get... Is there a map? There is no map. Whoever made this has not created a map. They assumed nobody would need one. Big mistake. I need one. A shirt! What does the shirt do? It's so strange. There might be a new door. New doors appear? Wait. This house changes? I didn't know this house's layout changed in real time. You were looking for a new door then. I was so sure that the layout of this house was fixed. What the hell? This is so trippy. Okay. Oh! Does that mean that I can... get the duck now? What's a new door? Hit the duck. I got it! I got the duck! Oh my god, my mission in this game has been fulfilled. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I got the duck! I was able to get the duck. There was a new door. So I guess the interior of my house changes in real time. Or I missed this door by some miracle. Is there something here? What is this? Is this cheese? Or butter? I think it's supposed to be cheese. And not butter. That's true. And I got the duck. What does the duck do, by the way? Can I use it? As a weapon? What was that? What's that noise? What's that noise? Ooh! What was that? Oh. Oh. What the hell? Save? Okay. Lucy got the duck one. Wow. Faust, I love watching someone play in my house. Thank you, Faust. Also, I've not seen you here before. So join the page. Thank you for being here. How did you find the stream? Has someone recommended? Have you found it on your YouTube feed or have you been here before and I just forgot? If I forgot, then I apologize. Oh, okay. Hold on to your hat because we're gonna... I sincerely hope you will enjoy yourself. I do history, I do games, I do languages as well. I do variety. And if you're into that, you will enjoy yourself here. We have a lot of topics to cover today. Okay, let's go to the toilet. The toilet had like a healing kit. My house is pretty viral in algorithm. Oh, nice. So I hope you will enjoy yourself. Let's see. What the hell? I'm sure in one of the toilets there was healing. Oh, I've got armor actually. What was that? What was that item? What did it do? The house is now demolished. I thought it was a friendly ghost. Like I need to find... What the hell? I need to find healing, and fast, or else I'll be in trouble. Eddie, what does that do? What does getting those items do? I came from here. There has to be a way for me to heal. Oh, I know. Here. Maybe. Oh no. It's dark. I died, I'm sorry. Apologies. I'm to collecting our artifacts, they unlock progress and they finally with all of them. Oh. How do I... engaged than the regular Doom. Do I have to fill those things? No. No filling the things anymore. Okay, let's get in. Uh-oh. I see you, alien. Oh. So this is like an artifact. Was the duck an artifact as well? You had to do a lot to get it, so I guess the duck is a special artifact. As you can see, I'm not the most professional of people. We're gonna save the game again. There we go. Oh. I think this image goes to show that I really am not rich. I think this proves the point of me not being super rich. Always save, you got some wacky stuff thrown on you sometimes. Oh, okay. I noticed. I just started playing this today. To open the doors. Oh, bathroom. Maybe we can heal here. Oh, I thought there was a cabinet here with healing, but I guess not. I have to get healing and fast, or else we're in trouble. What the? What happened? Feels like I triggered something. And now I'm lost. Again. How do we get... Am I walking in circle? Am I walking in a circle? Please tell me I'm not walking in circles. That would be not good. I think I've been walking in circles. When I get lost, I pick a wall and follow it until done the whole perimeter. That usually gets me unstuck. Oh, that's good advice, actually. Thank you. That's actually very good advice. Like we've already... Oh. Seems like there's nothing here. Like I've exhausted this floor. Oh. I have to go here. Nothing here. Oh. This is still empty. Oh, new location. Exit. Wow. This game is so huge. This is such an improvement on the original Doom. It's kind of incredible, actually, how much of an improvement this is over the original Doom. Who made this? Do you know? Do you know who made this mod? What was that? Wait. You don't have to fight the dog? The dog does not fight me? Now I feel like I'm so evil. I thought I had to fight it, but no. The dog is my friend? I started shooting at the dog. And the dog is my friend? Oh my god, I feel so bad now. There's a mystery when it comes to who made it. It's kind of meta. Oh my god, I feel so ashamed now. Listen, can we pretend that I didn't shoot at the dog? Can we just pretend the whole shooting at the dog did not happen? Okay, listen, I'm gonna take my pills and I want you to write this in the chat. Lucy did not shoot the dog. The dog is fine. See no evil here. Hear no evil. True. Gonna take my pills. The dog is fine. It seems that way. I see nothing. Very nice. Is the dog going to attack my enemies? Oh my gosh, I love how the doggy is following me. Can I pet it? Can I pet the dog? It seems like I cannot pet the dog. But I have 0 ammo now. Just saying, I have 0 ammunition. This dog is so cute. Oh my god, what a sprite. Don't bark at me. Okay, I started shooting because the doggy started barking at me. What? Are you showing me where to go? We should save again? I see. Where do I go now? Probably shouldn't go there. I cannot open anything. Am I stuck? Oh? Come here, doggy. Are you gonna follow me? The doggy cannot follow me. Thought I was done for, but no. Wait, did the doggy follow me? You cannot crouch in this game, can you? Where is the dog? Where are you? Come here. That's right. You're my friend. Now I'm stuck again. No! Oh my gosh, I almost fell to my death. Almost fell to my death. I shouldn't do that. There's a TV there. Lucy missed the dog is okay. That's true. It's all thanks to my horrible aim. So wait, where am I going now? A blue card. How do we get that? How do we get the blue card? Hello. Wait, I already got the blue card. What? I've got the blue, red, and yellow cards. The doggy is blocking my way. Oh my god. That's better. Am I supposed to get... Oh? Oh. Thank you, doggy. There's a bowl. Am I lost? Again? Arcaer, help me. Oh, the dog. Is there something that I'm supposed to do here? Huh. Okay, we're gonna save. We're gonna jump down and see what happens. Wait, I'm not dead? Am I dead? My health is still... Say go up with animal lovers, do not try to pet the dog. I have no idea what to do now. Am I dead? Did the game not predict for me to do this? Did the game not think that somebody would jump in the big hole? I can't move. It's just a dark screen. But my health is still 34%. And yeah. No, you're not dead. Wait. So what am I supposed to do now? Am I even moving? Wait. Wait. Well, now I know I'm not dead. Oh! Okay. That happened. This game is very good, actually. I guess the original Doom creators just didn't have the imagination to create something like this. This is still the tour of my house, by the way. This is a bit like Doom meets Silent Hill, right? What do you think? It feels a bit like it. Doom meets Silent Hill. Wait, am I in a loop? I might just be in a loop. What the? Oh my god. This is so tricky. I'm back. Wait, I'm back to the apartment. To the house, I mean. I'm back to the house. The sky is red. I have no guns anymore. Okay, let's see if anything changed. I'm gonna stay now. What again? Nothing new here. Wait, so it brought me here. Bathroom, mirror. There's no mirror. There's no mirror anymore. There are no mirrors anymore. There's something new in here. No. There doesn't seem to be anything new on this floor. So why did it bring me back here? I don't get it. There's supposed to be something in here for me to discover. Did he just throw me here randomly? Okay, let's go back to the basement. There doesn't seem to be anything here. Here. Nothing here. Oh, go back to the doggy. How? Oh. How did I get to the doggy again? I can't find the door back to the doggy. Here? Oh, okay. Right. So what do I do now? Yes, guess we've been here. What the hell? I'm in heaven. What? Hey, there's nothing here? There's nothing in heaven? Heaven is empty? There has to be something in heaven. This can't be all that there is to heaven. That's such a disappointment. Heaven sucks. Yet everybody wants to go there. I'm in heaven again. Let's go back. Seems like I'm stuck. Have to find a new secret door. But how? Can I do this? Oh my gosh, that scared me. to be something here. There's nothing, and there should be something. This is the brutalist house. There are 2 holes to jump down. Found one of those, then I think you will take you to a new area. Well, let's try it. What? Oh my god. Oh my god! Now it's locked. What's happening? Now it won't open anymore. I go up or down or where? Oh. Now I'm stuck here. Am I doing something wrong? I mean, I have to be doing something wrong since I'm stuck here. Okay. Phew. Getting nervous for a second there. So this is not it. I'm in here. This is not it. I'm in here. I feel like I've been here already. Wait. I don't recognize this. What? The door started opening. Oh no. Let's go back here. Oh no. Okay, things started opening now. Started to open up for me. Oh. What the hell? Okay. Wait, it is? What do I do then? Run away? I run away from the doggy? I should have saved, by the way. After getting the ammo, I should have saved after something new happened. That was a big mistake of mine. Not saving. Have I made progress? Where's that area that I unlocked before? cannot find it now. Oh. There it is. Okay, save now. No shame in save scumming, it's a cruel game. It does feel that way. It does feel that way. I did this to save myself from the dog. This is my beloved dog, by the way, in my house. It totally is. Hello. I like you more this way, doggy. Don't block my... Don't block my way. What the... Are they the same dog? Or no? Are they the same doggy? Why does the third head like me and the other don't? Why do the two heads attack me and the third one doesn't? I don't get it. Oh my god. I have to admit, I'm pretty stuck. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. This game has defeated me. Oh. Huh. Okay, let's go. Oh, they can meet. Sort of. Bad doggies are bad doggies. Oh my god, I cannot find the room. Oh my god. I have no idea where the room is. How long have we been streaming? We will need to get to the segments at some point. But we're gonna play it for a bit longer. I'm gonna go to the toilet and you look up a solution in the meantime, okay? One moment. BRB. I'm back. You see the dog food. True. Some dogs do hunt for ducks. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thoughts, consider joining the page. And subscribing to the YouTube. Ducks are tasty. What is this? The next level of the noodle thing? Let me see. I got a DM. That tells me nothing, but let's do our best. We did pick up the pumpkin. Not new game. Also, feel free to subscribe to your favorite stream. Both on YouTube and on the page. Let me check something real quick. One moment. What are you playing today? I am playing showing you my house. As in I'm playing my house too. But in reality I am showing you, I'm giving you a tour of my house, that's right. Okay, this is the pumpkin, right? What is the kitchen area? Okay. This is my house, but don't think that I'm rich. I'm not. After playing some game, we're gonna do a nice reaction. Okay, that was okay. The big door to open. I don't see the big door. There's no door. Is this the big door? Nope. I am. What a cute doggy. Here? No. I've not made this, but I have made it this far. Get it? Get it? You don't get it. You don't get my sense of humor. I've not made this, but I'm playing it. Does that count for something? Please say it does. Please say that counts for something. Okay, I'm stumped. I have no idea. No, it's my house, of course. I live in it. You don't have to make your house to live in it, you know? You just have to inhabit it. Okay, I still have no idea where to go. Oh! No. I think I know. Wait. Hold on, I think I know. Maybe. I hope so. No, I don't want to trigger the dog. I think I know. Of course. I am a sitting duck. Okay, I think I know. Okay, I don't know. For a second I thought I knew, but I don't. Where do I go? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I just realized. I just noticed. Oh my god. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. As you might have noticed, I'm not the... Wait, so what now? Wait, so what now? What does this do? Oh! Why do I do now? Oh! We're here. Wait, do I jump in here? What now? What now? This is literally like Silent Hill. What the? Oh my god. Plane. Wow. Can I get on the plane? I can? Wait, can I get on the plane? I can. Let's get on the plane. Oh, wow. I died. I died. Oh my gosh. This was not fine. What the duck? You cannot fly? It seems that way. Seems like I cannot fly, but I can do this. Boom. So we have to explore the other floors first. I cannot believe you can go on the plane. Ooh. Okay, now we're healed. Okay. Chat, write in the chat, game or segment. And I will listen to the will of the chat. Hari. Can stop me from going to the women toilet. I'm not ready for a segment. Game. I see, okay. Alright then. Oh my god. Why is this toilet see-through and this one not? Is there a... Okay, I thought I could destroy it, but I guess not. Everybody seems very intrigued by this game. Wait, what? The game's name is My House, right? If I add to the description hashtag My House, will it make more people come to the stream? Like, there's moderation right now, so... Is the name My House or why? Okay, let's do this. We're gonna get more viewers. Are there any bigots? Karasu shall purge them. Yeah, I guess I'll just do My House. Let's see if any more new viewers come. I will ban them, true. Thank you. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what happened here? What the hell happened? I have to do a new save in the airport. I should stream earlier. I have to stream earlier times, but... think of a way. Dog food, yeah. Stuff here. Okay. Airport. Hari. Girl toilet. How did I turn the toilet to be all blood? Oh. Oh yeah, that's right, Pipa. Oh my god, I forgot. You're right. Yes, you're right. You're right, of course. Yeah. I do have to go up for health. You're right. Why did I waste that bullet? Yeah, let's go upstairs for help. Where is upstairs? Oh, here. Good call, thanks. This game is really good. Oh. I missed this. I missed it. I wonder if... Maybe it's a hot take, but this genuinely feels better than the Doom 2, the original game. What is better, original Doom 2 or this? Vote in the chat by writing this or Doom 2. I'm gonna say I find this to be superior, which is interesting. It just has more of a personality. Oh my gosh. They killed me. This is best Doom to since the Overlook. I think okay, I'm gonna use a different weapon for this. This one. We're gonna save in front of the toilet. I will not force you to watch this over and over again, so we're just gonna save in front of the toilet. You never realized that Doom had so much potential. Now I do, thanks to Arkael. I have to say, Arkael has been recommending some really great games. Like Pseudo Regalia also was recommended by Arkael. This game couldn't have been made in the original Doom engine. It's thanks to clever hacks in GZ Doom that they able to have overlapping floors and non-ECNL space. Right. Oh, you can tell that the environments are different from the original Doom, but the feel is here, which is the most important thing. Like, I'm pretty sure in the original Doom everything was 2D, right? Okay. We'll go to the boys' toilet now. I'm pretty sure the environments themselves were 2D sort of as well, right? What's in the boys' toilet? There's no blood in the boys' toilet. Speaking of toilets, do you wanna hear the silliest, most ridiculous thing ever? When I tell you, you're not gonna believe it. Yay or nay, if you want me to tell you or not. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. You will not believe it when I tell you. Or maybe you will, depending on what your expectations are for people. Got him. So in Poland, there's this I guess there's this huge initiative to put pink boxes in bathrooms, and the boxes contain what? What do the pink boxes contain in toilets? I will allow you to guess what the toilets will contain. Wait, the toilets are reversed now? No, these are the girls' toilets. Pads, that's right. Pads for periods. They changed the genders, true. So do you know what a bunch of incel guys decided? And I kid you not. I'm gonna let you guess what a bunch of incel dudes decided to do. What is this? Feels like I could enter, but I guess not. Please take a guess. What did the incels decide to do? This is Biden's America, true. No more help for me though. Have to go to the plane. No more dilly-tallying. I think it's women's. But that's actually irrelevant. Believe it or not, it's actually irrelevant where the pink boxes are. That's right. You might be shocked to hear that it's completely irrelevant where they are. Music to the game is pretty loud. I'll make it a bit quieter. It's still pretty loud. For me at least. Better? Assume you static can fix it in post. True. That's true, Arkael. So what do you think the incels decided to do? Please guess. What did the incels decide to do? You'll be shocked. Or maybe not. Come on, give me something to work with. Give me some ideas. And then I'll give you the true answer. Burn the pink boxes? Almost. They decided to flush all the pads in the toilet. Why? Oh yeah. It's either flush them in the toilet or inject cleaning products into them. So they said they decided to flush the pads and inject like cleaning products that might irritate the skin, because women having access, or anyone really having access to pads in the toilet, is a privilege that they don't deserve, so they have to destroy it. That's right. Why should people have extra privileges in the form of pads in the toilet? Destroy them. Destroy the pads. That's actually the logic for real. That's actually the logic for real. It's an extra privilege. It's an extra thing, so we have to destroy it. There was this one person that was like, that showed a map with all the places where the pink boxes would be placed, and was like, let's get to work. Let's get to work, boys. I wish this was fake, but you know, but it's, unfortunately, it is not fake. I wish it was. You know? Yeah, that's actually real. Polish incels have been tweeting, or rather Xing, about it non-stop. About and women wrote back, I did now. And women wrote back saying, first of all, if you flush the toilet, you will clog the toilet. So you're really making it worse for everybody. And second of all, if you try to inject the pads with something weird, we'll be able to tell, because the pads are, first of all, individually packaged, and second of all, if you inject any weird liquid into the pad, then it will visibly show. Interesting. You'll have to share it. I have to see it. There has actually been a pretty big thing in Poland that I might have to do a segment about how the Polish fascistic party was trying to fearmonger about Ukrainian people, and it was all a lie. It was all a total fabricated lie. And it all came out. It actually came out that it was a lie. How embarrassing. So... Okay, don't share it. But yeah, it was a total lie. I see. Oh my god. Wait. Something changed. There's grass here now, I think. I think this is grass. Have we advanced the game or did we just loop back? Feels like that grass was not here before. The door! The door. Now it's on realty for sale. And now I don't have a house anymore. I feel like there was a short disconnect. Is everything okay? Is everybody here? Because it feels like we've disconnected from the internet. So if we're still okay, then give me a sign. All good on my end. Okay. YouTube chat is gone for me though. I don't see it. Okay, now I see it. Damn, what a good game. Okay, let's continue. So I don't have a home anymore. I guess the blue card was a lie. Test. Okay, it's here. What do I do now? Do I exit? I can exit? Is it over? Have the game. Okay. Continue or segment? I need to listen to my audience. Now you can decide on whether or not we're doing a segment or we continue. Where's my phone? Ambivalent. I need people who are not ambivalent. I need excited, dedicated, and excited people. Ambivalence is forbidden by law. I forbid you from being ambivalent. I forbid it. I forbid it. You cannot be ambivalent. Segment. Hey Arkael. Let me see. Segment sounds good. Okay, we're gonna do the segment now. I have a few segments in mind. One of them is the first part to all right. So, and continue mythos. True, yes. How do I get back to the game? Hey, where's the house? Is this a house? That does not look like a house. Looks like a regular Doom level, actually. That is so weird. Okay. Everyone, because I missed the end of the game. So Dieter. Okay. We quit the game now. So I'm gonna turn off the... Wait, how is the game still visible? That was so weird. Okay. This is not the end. So, we have a choice now. Another choice. I give you a lot of choices. One choice will be the Great Synagogue. Topic number 1, synagogue. Topic number 2, we react to a video. And the video is called, I'm going to give you the title. Why centrism is right-wing, how centrists enable the far right. By fellow traveler. Because apparently this one's a doozy. We are sort of voting on the order. But if I get too tired, we might end up just doing one. So it's either the Great Synagogue or centrism. 2. Okay. Because that's actually a wonderful choice, because that means I'll be able to prepare better for the Great Synagogue. The Great Synagogue demands from me a great deal of preparation. Bird milk. So, react. Let's look for the link. We're actually not going to be playing a video game while reacting. No, no, no. We're going to do something much better. Tasie mleczko is a Polish sweet. It's like a fluffy thing encased in a little bit of a chocolate casing. Okay, so we're not going to be playing a game for this. But what we are going to be doing is something a lot nicer than a game. It's going to allow me to calm down. I do like it a lot. Hello, Moose Watcher. I do like the bird milk a lot. It's really tasty. It is among my favorite. When it comes to Polish sweets, at least. So we are on the React screen. A low effort ran video essay by a fellow traveler. We'll see. I have a bad feeling. Oh, it's not so easy to make. I think it's not easy to make. Maybe it is actually. Maybe it'll turn out that it's actually super easy to make. We're going to relax and do a nice drawing. I'm going to do a counter video essay. And we do our counter video essay by drawing, right? Have you made it before? No, I just been buying it. I just buy it at the store. I can imagine that the process of making it is probably quite complicated. I'll show it to you again. Look, before we start. Let's go to the Wikipedia. Ptasie mleczko, or as I call it, bird milk. Bird's milk is a Central European confectionery originating in Poland. It is a small chocolate-covered bar with a soft marshmallow-like interior. Right. It's actually a very tasty sweet. Okay. Let's go. We've got some centrism to criticize. We're going to be drawing while we do it. Your lemon girl would just like original flavors like vanilla. I do like lemon. House of Leaves. Maybe I will read it as well. Arkael, we need to get it. If you know what I mean. Okay, let's start.
Within the context of politics, debates between two diametrically opposed sides can get quite heated at times. People very commonly get emotional when defending the positions they believe in or the ideas that they associate themselves with, be it because of a hardwired evolutionary impulse, or because nobody is taught how to think rationally or how to interact with and interpret scientific data. People in general do not like being told or shown that they are wrong.
I mean, I guess. But that's a strange beginning, in my opinion. That's a pretty, I don't know, it reminds me of someone, sort of weird elitist start. People just don't know how to be rational. Like, sure. It's a little bit of a reductive description, in my opinion.
And when someone is in their feelings, it can be very difficult to have a rational dialogue with that person. This is especially true if that individual has material interests invested in the continued upholding and espousing of the established status quo in their minds. As a wise man once said, "It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it." Why is it that people get as heated and as passionate as they do over even the most simple of political questions, such as abortion or gun control? Well, the
simple questions, you say? How is abortion a simple question? The simplest of questions. Okay, what a start. Abortion. The simplest of questions. Okay.
The first reason was already mentioned, material interests. People tend to believe in politics that are in accordance with what they perceive as materially beneficial for themselves. The second reason is ideological, as many people tend to attach their egos and inherent personhood to their politics. The third reason has to do with the inherently violent nature.
No, that's false. That is false. People... Wait.
Personhood to their politics. Ideological, as many people tend to attach their egos and inherent personhood to...
People don't attach their personhood to their politics. In fact, it's the opposite. In fact, people's personhood is attached to politics often. Like, I'm sorry, trans people don't choose to attach their personhood to politics. Bigots choose to attach trans people's personhood to politics. It has nothing to do with ego. Wanting to, well, you know, not be genocided. I don't think it's attaching one's personhood or ego when you push for politics that will, not have you killed, or you fight for your rights not to be taken away. So this is a really bizarre start to this video. I know it's still early, but already I'm feeling like it feels like I'm watching the origin of language or something. I don't know.
To their politics. The third reason has to do with the inherently violent nature of politics as a whole. Beyond the political discussions and legal machinery, beyond the debates and the bureaucracy, all politics boils down to violence at the end of the day, or at the very least, the threat of violence. As a wise man once said, all political power flows through the barrel of a gun. Politics as we know it is about the conflicting interests of different groups of people, and having an established arena that is legitimized in the public eye, where these groups can find satisfactory resolutions to their disputes without killing each other. That being said, political conflicts can, and frequently have, spiraled out of control and devolved into exactly that. Both sides trying to kill each other. While outright warfare has historically been a very effective avenue of conflict resolution, there are a number of problems with war, which is why many prefer to rule it out as an option. The first major problem is that war is very risky, and there's a chance that your side could lose. The second is that war is very costly.
Historically speaking, war was not because people did not agree politically. It was because people wanted land. Like, reasons for war went a little bit beyond just, oh, I disagree with you politically, so we go to war. So, again, I'm not so sure about this claim.
Not just in resources, but in human life as well. Cities can be rebuilt, but you can't bring back the dead. And because war is very risky and very costly, nobody wants to participate. In general, most human beings, regardless of their convictions or macho man bravado, are cowards when it comes to their own lives. Unless backed into a corner and given no other option, it is incredibly difficult to get anyone actually willing to take up arms for a given cause.
I mean, sure, in natural right theory, the threat of one's natural rights being taken away is the basis for the formation of government. Politics may be influenced by a threat of violence, but politics is not violence, nor driven solely by it.
While there are plenty of instances where disputes can be settled and conflict resolution can be reached peacefully, there are also many instances where the ultimate solution to a problem will necessitate the outright coercion and repression of one group to the benefit of the other. These distinct groups of people, or dare I say classes, are frequently at odds with one another, be it between the slaves and their masters, be it between women and the patriarchy, or be it between wage laborers and capital. The emerging politics of class struggle is that of a zero-sum game. And so throughout the centuries, as the wheels of class antagonism grind against one another, we have reached new levels of social development, one where we all agree that murder should be illegal, that slavery should be outlawed, and that women are deserving of equal rights to a man. These are all policies that inherently restrict the freedom of the individual, but have made all of society more prosperous and better off for it as a result. Paradoxically enough, restricting certain personal liberties has increased all of our freedom collectively. And how do these restrictions on a personal level get enforced? Through the state and legal system, of course. Again, underlying all politics is the threat of violence. We are physically coerced by way of threats to adhere to these laws, lest we face arrests, beatings, executions, fines, bail, and even jail time. Back to the question of heated discussions and diametric.
I don't think that's a thing anymore, facing beatings, but
opposed sides that are irreconcilable with
it's a common belief among some communist politics is a war without bloodshed.
One another. To the political layman, who is not informed about a thing one way or another, who is uninvested in the topic and can only see two monkeys shouting at one another as they watch vicariously from the sidelines, it can be tempting to maintain a position of neutrality, even if the thing is inherently dichotomous and there's only one clear-cut answer. I'm not going to sit here and say that all centrist-minded people are the same. Some of them are more left-leaning, others more right-leaning. Many are simply the way that they are due to the lack of exposure. But regardless of which direction that they lean, they are all unified by their aversion to radical change, the desire to preserve the present state of things, and at their very core, their ideological commitments to what they perceive as the golden mean. The golden mean fallacy, or argumentum ad medium, is a logical fallacy in which an individual argues that the truth behind a discussion must reside.
That's actually nobody in particular. I'm just drawing a face.
Somewhere in the center, presupposing that their argument is correct by virtue of residing within the middle ground between two diametrically opposed positions.
It restricts people's right to lord over women, for example. Which I hope this person is not making this argument because it would be pretty silly.
The weak link of centrism is that we're not talking about how much salt to put in a boiling pot of soup. We're not talking about some hypothetical thought experiments in which the discussion at hand bears no connection to material reality. We're talking about critical questions of the day that are directly impacting people's lives. Of course, centrism, alongside leftism and rightism, are relative to the times and to the subject matter at hand.
Wow.
So of course,
I've never heard the word rightism before.
If you were to ask a modern
I gotta admit, I've never heard the word rightism before this video used.
If, say, slavery is morally permissible, they'll be like, yeah, no, duh, of course slavery is wrong. Because once again, wherever the political center resides depends on the level of historical development at the time. If you were to say, hop inside a time-traveling DeLorean and take a trip back to ancient Rome, and ask a centrist of that time if slavery is okay, then they would probably tell you, yeah, no, duh, of course slavery is okay, before providing you with a slew of ideological rationalizations as to why that is. Under a best-case scenario, they would agree that there should be laws protecting slaves from being abused by their masters. As for the abolition of slavery itself, if you were to ask them about that, they would probably tell you something along the lines of, that is way too radical for my liking. Now's not the right time to abolish slavery. We need to wait and trust in the Roman Senate to do the right thing. After all, it's wrong for the slaves to overthrow and kill their masters. What's that? You don't think it's wrong for the slaves to use violence to liberate themselves from the violence of those controlling them? You're no better than the slavers who use violence to browbeat and abuse their subjects. And if you were to hop back inside that time-traveling DeLorean and fast forward to the present to ask a centrist about Israel...
I mean, it does sort of feel that way sometimes, to be honest. That certain centrists would actually...
in Palestine.
I have heard the term rightist in older books, or will use the term. Oh. Well, I'm not saying that it's used incorrectly. I'm just saying that I've not heard it before.
They'll say something like, that's a pretty complicated question. I believe in a two-state solution. Even though the Israelis stole all of Palestine's land and drove them from their homes with mortars and shell fire, they still have a right to be there just as much as the Palestinians do. And this is just one of many examples of what political centrism sounds like. Another example...
I mean, this person is pro-USSR, I will guess, from what I've heard. And I would just like to remind that the USSR, at first, actually supported Zionism. Believe it or not, the USSR, at first, actually liked the idea of the State of Israel and wanted to use it as a tool against the West. But when it turned out that Israel will not be a tool against the West, well, suddenly they became the imperialists.
When people say, we need a mix of socialism and capitalism. We need social democracy. We need the Nordic model. Whenever you hear a centrist-aligned person say something like this, you can immediately tell that they have an incredibly weak grasp of the topic at hand, and instead of taking some time to learn additional information about the subject, they opt for adopting what they perceive as the safest, easiest, and most uncontroversial positions in their minds. Theoretically, the centrist position is supposed to be the compromise between two opposing sides, but in practice, there seldom actually is. Taking social democracy as an example yet again, i.e., we need a mix of socialism and capitalism, social democracy is not a meaningful compromise between labor and capital, since the capitalists are still in control of everything and still own all of the means of production. But only now, they're just paying out more in taxes to finance the social safety nets and are treating the workers more kindly. But irrespective of the
Yes, when the USSR did not like Zionism anymore, all of a sudden all Jewish people were accused of being Zionists, including Bundists, who were very explicitly anti-Zionist.
sock-fash bribery, since the underlying power relations haven't changed, the capitalist can easily take it all away through austerity, tax cuts, and deregulations over time, and they are in the process of taking it away as we speak, and the working class is virtually powerless to do anything about it. Ultimately, there can be no compromise between labor and capital, since the struggle between the two is a zero-sum game. Ideological centrists fancy themselves as a form of compromise between the two, but if the status quo itself is what is directly responsible for giving rise to the inequalities and injustices that we see in the world today, and centrists are inherently opposed to the legwork and radical social changes needed in order to reconcile these systematic problems at a fundamental level, can it really be said that centrists really are these neutral arbiters of reason that they envision themselves as?
Well, no.
Is to be one who is fundamentally opposed to social change not the very definition of what it means to be a conservative? With respect to politics, the correct position is usually a straightforward answer backed by overwhelming amounts of evidence and is logically and ethically consistent, while the other side is propped up by billionaire-backed think tanks, cherry-picked data that omits anything that might contradict the conclusion, along with a myriad of conservative social values, emotional appeals, cognitive dissonance, and sophistry. Now, I'm not saying that there
President Sunday made this point. Centrism is right-wing more coherently. Yeah, and I agree with this, by the way.
Aren't many questions or topics that are worthy of debate where the jury is still out on a definitive conclusion. There certainly are. However, there are also many questions where the case should be closed by now, and we as a society should have moved on onto more relevant subjects and issues at hand.
Interesting.
I.e., is racism bad? Do women deserve rights? Is climate change real? Do we need to redistribute wealth? These are questions that we, as a society, should have reached a consensus on by now. And yet liberal centrist talking heads still feel the need to engage with a political minority of buffoons that either still haven't gotten the memo or evidently don't want to get the memo. What centrists are doing in treating both sides of a given debate as equals and putting so much emphasis on free speech and the marketplace of ideas is, in effect, A, implicitly discrediting the far left by effectively lumping us in with the far right, and B, legitimizing and granting credence to the positions of the far right, positions that may not be worthy of credence or legitimacy in the first place by virtue of how actively damaging they are to varying demographics of people.
I only usually hear, ironically enough, I usually only hear far righters or centrists use the term far left.
To briefly comment on that first point,
possible.
Liberals constantly invoke horseshoe theory when in debates with socialists and communists, characterizing us as authoritarian extremists and genocide apologists. They frequently lump historical figures such as Hitler and Stalin together.
Well, I'm just gonna say that anybody who is at least a bit historically literate and Marxist-Leninists are oftentimes not. Okay. Well, let's wait.
Despite the fact that one of these men started the Holocaust, while the other one ended the Holocaust. These people are either ignorant.
Stalin did not end the Holocaust. I'm just gonna put this to bed. Stalin did not end the Holocaust. And all of the liberations of the camps happened because they were stops along the way, not because they were goals to liberate. So let's put that myth to rest. In fact, Stalin had his own anti-Semitic machinery going. Also Ribbentrop-Molotov.
To or willingly ignore the fact that the greatest anti-fascist force in history has been the communist movement abroad, and that it has been the liberal Western powers that are the ones who have historically and contemporarily been the greatest enablers and supporters of fascism globally for...
Is that so? Ribbentrop-Molotov, German troops training in the USSR before the war. The USSR destroying socialist movement in Poland post-World War II.
For centuries. And despite the fact that the Soviets sacrificed astronomical amounts of human life in order to stop the Nazis...
And I really find it silly and ridiculous to equate communism with the USSR. And socialism for that matter. There were many different models of socialism that were not the USSR. Not to even mention that the USSR was not socialist to begin with. It was a dictatorship and not of the proletariat.
Centrists can't help but lump the two together regardless, all because of the aesthetic similarities along with a neutrality pact that the Soviets...
Yeah, you know, the aesthetic similarities of committing genocide. The aesthetic similarities.
Signed with the Nazis in a desperate bid to buy time after France and Britain repeatedly ignored their calls for a united...
Ah, yes. The desperate invasion of Poland. The desperate carving Poland between two countries. Somehow, there was no desperate move such as, I don't know, supporting Poland in its fight against Germany. That didn't actually cross the USSR's mind. That's interesting, isn't it? The desperate ethnic cleansing that happened in Lviv, that happened in Vilnius, those were dictated by desperation, pure desperation. It was simply unavoidable, the ethnic cleansing that happened.
front against Italian and
In
German...
fact, the mass execution of Polish people by the USSR was, I guess, it was unavoidable either. How is this guy making this point while being on the right himself? I would be experiencing a bit of cognitive dissonance. Well, this person is a Stalinist, so... I mean, I get the claim that, oh, a lot of self-espoused centrists are more right-leaning. Even Hitler feigned centrism during his Munich speech. But much how MLs are not representative of all socialists, so too are these centrists not necessarily representative of the whole. There's a important reason why centrists basically support the right, whether they like it or not. It's because if you are looking between, for example, if you're, let's say, trans rights, the left says, don't take away trans rights. The right says, take away trans rights. The centrists say, let's find a compromise between these two. In practice, the compromise between not taking away rights and taking away rights is closer to supporting taking away rights. Like, this is just unfortunately how it works. What is this trans rights person I keep hearing of? True, you have, Gabrielle. Oh yeah, sorry. I have to change the title of the stream now. There we go. Let me check something for your pleasure. Oh. Oh, what's this?
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Karaso Kafka, Gabriel, Arkael, Moose Watcher. Here, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna check something. Let me see. Oh. Oh, damn. Wait. How can you compare Hitler to Stalin? Well, let me tell you. Because there are a few things that we can, there are a few ways we can tackle this subject, but let's just go with the facts, shall we? How can we compare the USSR, Hitler to Stalin? Let's start with this, shall we? Stalin was an anti-Semite. Polish operation of the NKVD. It happened between 1937 and 1938. So this shall be our entry point. And then we'll move to something else. The Polish operation of the NKVD, Soviet Security Service, in 1937-1938 was an anti-Polish mass ethnic cleansing operation of the NKVD carried out in the Soviet Union against Poles, labeled by the Soviet as agents. During this period of the Greater Purge, it was ordered by the Politburo of the Communist Party against so-called Polish spies, and customarily interpreted by NKVD officials as relating to absolutely all Poles. Wow. This comparison to Hitler is so base. I cannot believe. It resulted in the sentencing of 139,835 people and summary executions of 111,091 Poles living in or near the Soviet Union. The operation was implemented according to NKVD Order number 004485, signed by Nikolai Yezhov. Wow. The USSR is being so slandered here. Can you believe it? Can you believe that the USSR would do something like this? But it's the Soviet Union. It just wants fairness for everybody. Didn't it? Didn't it? Well, let's find out. Let's find out, shall we? Let's continue reading because this is not looking good. This is not looking good. But maybe it'll get better. We'll see. Maybe it gets better once all the spies get killed. The majority of the shooting victims were ethnically Polish, but not all, with some belonging to various minority groups from the Kresy macro-region, for instance. Ruthenians. These groups in the Soviet worldview had some element of Polish culture or heritage and were therefore also Polish. Ruthenians, by the way, are Ukrainians and Belarusians. Just so you know, this is who Ruthenians are. We can even click. I did not expect that Russia saw Ruthenians as Polish people. So there we are. So Ruthenians were also Polish, of course, which weren't Ukraine. Didn't Russia say that Ukrainian people were like little Russian brothers or something and sisters? Well, that's pretty incoherent. I'm surprised they even saw Ruthenians as people, given their horrid track record when it comes to ethnic minorities. Well, they decided that they were Polish. These groups in the Soviet worldview had some element of Polish culture or heritage and were therefore also Polish. There we go. The remainder were subsected of being Polish without further inquiry, or classified as possibly having pro-Polish sympathies. The NKVD agents looked through local phone books to expedite the procedure and detain people with names that sounded Polish. Wow. Damn. That sounds nothing like Hitler. Well, it's just spies. It's just, you know, it says here. Look, it says here. And we all know that the Soviet Union can be, you know, you can trust the Soviet Union or else you're a centrist. Let me see. Polish spies. See? We're looking for Polish spies on the yellow pages. That is how you find spies, right? You just randomly look for them on the yellow pages. Are guilty by charge of suspicion of being Polish. A Polish spy. Polish spy. Don't get it mixed up. I'm sure all the good Polish people were spared. You're being very centrist right now. You're being very centrist right now. Don't be centrist. Don't you know that Stalin was a great man? The USSR was a great country. Don't you know how amazing the USSR was? Well, let's continue. This gets better, I'm sure. The Polish operation was the largest ethnic shooting and deportation action during the Great Purge campaign of political murders in the Soviet Union. Wow. Damn. But, you know, there were probably over 100,000 spies. It's, you know, I'm willing to believe that's true. I'm willing to believe that the USSR simply happened to execute over 100,000 spies. The operation took place approximately from August 25th, 1937 to November 15, 1938. The largest group of people with a Polish background, around 40% of all victims, came from Soviet Ukraine, especially from the districts near the border with Poland. Among them were tens of thousands of peasants. Ooh, interesting. Peasant spies. You know, that is how socialists and communists is supposed to work. Execute the proletariat, you know? You execute the proletariat for being spies. Well, he did jail the Jewish doctors, but that's a long story. Those pesky proletarian spies, that's true. Enamel would probably argue that Wikipedia is not a propaganda. Oh, if the author of this video watches this segment and calls into question this, then I will look for sources other than Wikipedia. Oh, there are, trust me, there are a lot of different sources than the Wikipedia around all of this. So that's not a problem. I'll go to the archives and look for first-hand sources of this crap happening. I'll do it. But let's just continue reading for now. It's not a long story. Stalin was racist and he jailed Jewish doctors because he was racist. I mean, yeah, but there is a whole story around it, so we might do a segment about it in the future. Because I know what you're talking about. So yeah. Peasants, railway workers, industrial laborers, engineers, and others. So the proletariat was executed. But there was a thing against Jewish doctors. That's actually not a joke. That was actually a thing, a big thing. Christ, this is awful. It seems like their logic, I am being generous by calling it logic, was literally like somebody speaks a language which isn't Russian, said somebody is a spy. I know it was. Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize. I misunderstood your joke. I never ignore my gigglers. I never ignore my viewers. You're not a failed comedian. So So far, we know that the proletariat was executed because of their ethnic background. I mean, because of being spies. An additional 17% of victims came from Soviet Belarusia, so Belarus. The rest came from around Western Siberia and Kazakhstan, where exiled Poles had lived since the partitions of Poland, the partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as well as from the southern Urals, northern Caucasus, and the rest of Siberia, including the Far East. Amazing. How could you ever compare how could you ever say that the Soviet Union was a despotic country? The following categories of people were arrested by the NKVD during its Polish operation, as described in Soviet documents. All anti-Soviet and nationalistic elements from districts and regions in the USSR where there existed a Polish community. All immigrants from the Second Polish Republic, political exiles from Poland, former and present members of the Polish Socialist Party, and other non-communist Polish political parties. So, socialists have to be executed. Amazing. Socialists are the enemies as well. Yes, this ethnically Polish from the eastern steppes who has never once been to Poland is clearly a spy from Poland. True, you're right. And therefore it was okay for the Soviet Union to execute. Damn. All prisoners of war from the Polish-Soviet War remaining in the Soviet Union. Wow. Well, we all know how the Soviet Union and Russia deals with prisoners of war. It's not surprising. We see what happens to prisoners of war during the Ukraine-Russia war. So, yeah, we all know what happens. We see it televised currently. So that's not a shocker. Any rescued Ukrainian prisoner of war will tell you how Russia treats the prisoners of war. Well, at least when it comes to being a prisoner of war in Russian hands. Members of the Polish military organization listed in the special list. All clerical elements having had some kind of connection with Poland. So all priests, because all priests are spies, as we all know. It's common knowledge, really. Slava Ukraina. True. Slava Ukraini. Yes. Heroim Slava. But yes, I guess all peasants and... I said it in Spanish. Oh, okay. Slava Ukraina. In Spanish I said save Ukraine. Salva Ukraina. Okay, that's cool. Save Ukraine. True. I say Slava Ukraini. And here I am, Slava. Okay. So as we have learned so far, all peasants and clerics must be spies and therefore executed. I've learned so much about the greatness of the Soviet Union. Of course, Russia bad, etc., etc., but in war, both sides tend to do bad things. You can control every person, and the longer conflict goes, the more embittered and mentally unhinged people tend. No, that's not that is not what we're talking about greater range. We're talking about a systemic thing. Of course, I should be executed. I'm a spy. Of course, I'm a spy. So no, that's not what we're talking about. Controlling every person. This is a thing that's happening on a systemic scale. This is this is a policy of how prisoners of war are being treated. Not some sort of, a rogue soldier decided to be mean to prisoners. That is not what's happening here. Oh yes, comrade, this tree looks a bit suspicious. Must be a spy for Poland. Gotta wipe out Poland now. Well, you know. One day I'm gonna start a spy family or something. There's a manga like that. Ethnic breakdown. Let's go. Ethnic breakdown. Although the Soviet authorities claimed that the executed victims were all ethnic Poles, some of those killed were also ethnic Belarusians, Jewish people, Ukrainians, and Russians. Mistaken and alleged for being ethnic Poles due to their surnames or religious denominations. 37.3% of the total number of Poles who were arrested in Belarus were actually ethnic Belarusian Catholics, of whom many declared themselves to be Poles in the 1920s. They made up 14.2% of those arrested in the Polish operation across the Soviet Union. November 1938. 13.4% of those arrested were ethnic Ukrainians. 8.8% of the arrested were ethnic Russians. Wow. Killing process and death toll. We're not going to be on this article much longer. We've got more to go through. According to the archives of the NKVD, 111,091 Poles and people accused of ties with Poland were sentenced to death, and 28,744 were sentenced to labor camps. 139,835 victims in total. What a small number. This number constitutes 10% of the total number of people officially convicted during the Jeżowszczyzna period, based on confirming NKVD documents. According to historian Bogdan Musiał, it is estimated that Polish losses in the Ukrainian SSR were about 30%, while the Belarusian SSR, the Polish minority was almost completely annihilated or deported. Musiał is also of the opinion that it does not seem unlikely, as Soviet statistics indicate that the number of Poles dropped from 792,000 in 1926 to 627,000 in 1939. Vive l'Ukraine libre! There you go. I speak French. Here we go. Or maybe Viva. Viva l'Ukraine libre! There you go. Almost all victims of the NKVD shootings were men, wrote Michał Jasiński. Most with families. Their wives and children were dealt with by the NKVD order number 00486. The women were generally sentenced to deportation to Kazakhstan for an average of 5 to 10 years. Orphaned children without relatives willing to take them were put in orphanages to be brought up as Soviet, with no knowledge of their origins. All possessions of the accused were confiscated. The parents of the executed men, as well as their in-laws, were left with nothing to live on, which usually sealed their fates as well. Statistical extrapolation, wrote Yashinsky, increases the number of Polish victims in 1937-1938 to around 200 or 250,000, depending on the size of their families. In Leningrad, the NKVD reviewed local telephone books and arrested almost 7,000 citizens with Polish-sounding names, with the vast majority of such nominal suspects were executed within 10 days of arrest. I told you, we're looking for spies in the Yellow Pages. In the village of Belostok, Tomsk Oblast, Siberia, 100 men of Polish origins were executed and their bodies thrown into the Ob River. Wow. How could you ever compare Stalin to Hitler? How could you ever do that? So centrist. So centrist. Such centrist behavior. Assessment. According to historian Michael Ellman, the national operations of 1937-38, notably the Polish operation, may qualify as genocide as defined by the UN Convention. Well. The USSR committing genocide. What do you know? When answering the question, how could you ever compare Stalin to Hitler, we've discovered a little bit of a genocide. Well. Who could have guessed? We all could have guessed. Let's be quite honest. We all could have guessed. Although there is as yet no legal ruling on the matter, Karol Karski argues that the Soviet actions against Poles are genocide according to international law. He says that while the extermination was targeting other nationalities as well, and according to the criteria other than ethnicity, but as long as Poles were singled out based on their ethnicity, that makes the actions to be genocide. The historian Terry Martin refers to the national operations, including the Polish operation, as ethnic cleansing and ethnic terror. According to Martin, the singling out of a diaspora nationalities for arrest and mass execution verged on the genocidal. Historian Timothy Schneider called the Polish operation genocidal. It is hard not to see the Soviet-Polish operation of 1937-38 as genocidal. Polish fathers were shot, Polish mothers sent to Kazakhstan, and Polish children left in orphanages, where they would lose their Polish identity. As more than 100,000 innocent people were killed, on the spurious grounds that theirs was a disloyal ethnicity, Stalin spoke of Polish filth. On the other hand, Stalin often praised Poland as a good nation and the Poles as brave fighters, the third most dogged soldiers after the Russians and Germans. Norman Naimark called Stalin's policy towards Poles in the 1930s genocidal, but did not consider the entire Great Purge genocidal since it targeted political opponents as well. Simone Sebag Montefiore presents a similar opinion. According to historians Ole Soundstrom, and Andrei Kotyarchuk. Most scholars, for example, Nicholas Firth, Michael Mann, and Hiroaki Kuromiya, focus on the security dilemma in the borders areas, suggesting the need to secure the ethnic integrity of Soviet space vis-a-vis neighboring capitalist enemy states. They stress the role of international relations and believe that representatives of ethnic minorities such as the Poles were killed not because of their ethnicity but because of their possible relations to countries hostile to the USSR and fear of disloyalty in the case of an invasion. Interesting. Real communism in action. Killing all the proletariat when they're the wrong ethnicity. Here we go. Let's watch some more of this.
Aggression. I find it ironic that these people are such principled anti-fascists when it comes to what they perceive as red fascism.
So this is very interesting. Oh, Vosh is a centrist now. Vosh is a centrist. Vosh is a centrist. How interesting. How fascinating.
Or woke fascism on the far left, treating communists and advocates of decolonization with the utmost aggression and wanton hostility.
No. Marxist-Leninism is not the only face of communism or socialism, and neither is Maoism. In fact, let's return to the article for a bit. Who were among those executed by the USSR? Who were the Polish people among those executed? Former and present members of the Polish Socialist Party. That doesn't add up. No, does it?
I think a person who says ethnostates are okay is on a much worse level than your average anti-Semite, sexist, racist, transphobe, whatever. Ethnostates are the most destructive creation that has ever been born of man.
I mean, the USSR seemed to believe in the idea of ethnostates. It had to eliminate all the unsubordinate ethnicities. For example, the Poles.
The people who are... No, I do get it. I just think it makes you insufferable and sociologically ignorant. Do you think the black people, who are by far the majority, have a right to remove the white population?
Yeah, I think so. I think they have the right to discuss what to do about that and do that. But I think that would be really harsh. And I think that they're not even going to do that.
Out of curiosity, do you know how many Jews died in the Holocaust?
I mean, the USSR implemented this into practice, as we've just seen. So it's not just theoretical for the USSR. USSR put the ideas into practice.
Do you know what Hitler tried to do with them before the Holocaust began?
See, this is what I'm saying. Like,
Answer the
me being
question.
like people should have the right to self-determination.
Answer the question.
You are literally comparing me to Hitler and Nazis right now.
But then are more than willing to repudiate those principles and throw them right out the fucking window when it comes to any actual far-right individuals with whom they share allegiances with, going out of their way to kiss the asses of and platform Zionist ethno-nationalists and NATO war criminals in a positive light.
My name is John Ponce. I
NATO war criminals.
recently retired from the military on the 1st of January after 24 years. In my career, I was originally an infantry officer.
Aristocracy, the Zionism nationalists. No. Nope.
And I served in the 82nd Airborne Division. And I was part of the initial Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003. Also part of the first elections in 2005 in Mosul. After that, I joined the Special Forces and spent the rest of my career, the last 15 years or so, in the U.S. Special Forces. So there's a not so brief introduction, but I hope that's enough.
Well, you have done many things, so it makes sense. Yeah, you've I have not done anything in my life as much as you've done any of the things that you just talked about. I have so many
Gushing.
questions.
I mean, I suppose fellow traveler would have this person executed as all of the undesirables.
First of all, and I know I already said this, but to reiterate, thank you very much for coming on. I really do appreciate it. Wow. Okay. Whew. So
This is what
Vosh says thank you for coming on to everybody, so let's not get overexcited.
years of actively refusing to engage with the literature as to avoid coming to any hardline leftist conclusions and maintain
Ah, yes, this person has clearly checked the literature. This person is clearly familiar with the literature. And we're not done, by the way. This is hardly the last of...
maintaining a pro-status quo neutrality bias in order to pander to the center and to avoid upsetting any liberal
Ah, yes, Vosh, the biggest of centrists.
moral sensibilities gets you. It gets you phony anti-fascism, but sincere anti-communism. Because fervently trying
Communism is not defined by the USSR. Communism is not defined by China. There were many socialist movements that had nothing to do with the USSR. They were socialist movements that defied the USSR, that stood against the USSR. There were communists that were against the USSR. Let's not even try to pretend that's not the case.
to maintain the status quo at all costs will sooner or later bring a fascist out of the centrist.
Their ideology was not aligned with reality.
how can you tell?
Because Jews don't actually control banks in the world.
There was a disproportionate number of Jewish control of banks.
Oh, interesting. That's a totally honest framing of this discussion. But yeah, it's whatever. I'm used to Marxist, Leninists, communists to do dishonest framing, to do dishonest clipping, to juggle with historical facts, to twist historical facts. I'm used to it. Regurgitating Nazi propaganda to trigger and wound up the tankies.
Banks in Germany during the Weimar Republic.
All right, Vosh, we're done here. Thank you. Goodbye.
Back to the second point on knowingly platforming the far right for the sake of debate and hearing out both sides. We already know, based on my personal
The enemy is both strong and weak.
experience, that centrists don't sincerely want to hear out both sides, regardless of their posturing.
Vosh is not a centrist. Come on, that's ridiculous.
Considering we literally
No, I don't.
they
I
saved
don't
the
compare
world from
communists to Nazis.
I am a
compare the
communist.
Soviets to it. You're not.
I
You're
am.
a Soviet. You're a Soviet defender. It was bourgeois propaganda.
True.
All right, so every time
Wait, what did I say? Oh no, you're exactly like the reason why I'm being rude to you is because, as far as I'm concerned, you're a pestilence on my movement. You're a group of state.
Okay, this is just ridiculous clipping.
Worshipping
You're a movement
autocrats
I don't get anything from those sound bites. Nothing.
who completely misunderstand what socialism
Since
is
when-
and don't understand that. Wait,
since when is it
you
your
actually
movement?
have to stop. You actually
Since
have
when
to
is
stop
it your
it.
movement?
But for the sake of this thought exercise,
True.
let us pretend for a second that they actually do. What intrinsic value is there in having a debate over race realism and the Jewish question? Two conspiracy theories perpetrated by the far right to justify their support for racial supremacy, eugenics, and ethnic cleansing. Sure, it might be entertaining to watch these fools get dunked on from time to time,
Or she's one for vehemently opposing something. This guy's literally doing centrism about Stalinism. He's so blind. LMAO. True. Well, no. He's not doing centrism about Stalinism. He's doing worse. He's saying, no, Stalin was good. Stalinism is good. To be a true communist is to be a brave Stalinist. Jesus.
But by wasting our efforts debating these people, especially on these big streaming platforms, we are, in effect, legitimizing these incredibly damaging ideas.
Yeah, no duh. Of course racism bad. What's that, good sir? You say racism not bad? How about we debate and I indulge you with way more good faith, respect, and charitability than the communists I'm constantly comparing you to? Please let me hear you out and allow you to explain your case in the most compelling way imaginable to thousands of young and impressionable teenagers.
I'm sorry. I'm not willing to hear out somebody who's a genocide denier.
It is at this point that one might argue, but Trav, if these ideas really are as faulty and as incorrect as you say, then the interlocutor should be able to demonstrate it easily within the context of the political arena. It should be relatively easy to sway people away from these incredibly dangerous and incorrect positions if what you say is true, right? Well, I'm glad you asked. In a perfect world where everyone had perfect logic and access to information, you would be correct. However, we don't live in a...
you would be a Stalinist. What was that number of Polish people executed again? What was that? Oh, 111,091. Oh.
In a perfect world, most people are not taught how to think logically or critically. On the contrary,
Yeah, I know. You're one such example.
the powers that be are constantly feeding everyone bullshit through the media, working their primitive lizard brain impulses and emotionally manipulating them for short-term gain.
Well, that's projection if ever I've seen.
And it is an unfortunate fact. But people
It
do
is.
not have a natural bullshit radar installed into their brains at birth.
I've noticed throughout this video, I have noticed this trend. Yeah, indeed.
Ability to detect bullshit is a skill that has to be cultivated and developed independently.
True.
But unfortunately, it's not. Lord
Well, maybe you should go out and get it then.
knows the exact opposite is happening when you spend hours listening to morons like these.
Or this.
Furthermore, we are living in a post-truth era where many people can just cope by cherry-picking what they want to believe based purely on how they feel.
Right. Well said. Well said, fellow traveler.
I vividly remember in a discussion that I recently had with an ideologically committed centrist that I know in my personal life about the Holodomor.
Oh.
Naturally, this person is very pro-
The Holodomor, the thing that is accepted as genocide by many UN countries. But that must be part of a big anti-communist conspiracy. What? Ukraine itself says that it's genocide and that Ukrainians were genocided. They must be lying. The victims are lying, of course. This a total lie, I assure you.
NATO and very interested in the Russia-Ukraine war. They insisted up and down that Russia
Oh yeah, because of course Russia is in the right when it comes to this war, isn't it? It's actually the evil Ukraine that is trying to slander Russia. For sure.
carried out a genocide against Ukraine in the 1930s. I explained that no historian, not a single expert on the subject,
Not a single expert on the subject. What about Lemkin,
not even the
the person who created the term genocide?
most fervent anti-communists, be it Robert Conquest or Stephen Kotkin,
Robert Conquest actually in a pretty recent interview said, actually, we might as well watch the interview. Robert Conquest, huh? Okay. He does not want to use the term genocide because it's because people think the Holocaust, but Let me see. Because this is actually very, very interesting. I'm liking this very much. Let me see. Robert Conquest, huh? Let me find it. It's in here somewhere. Because as reluctant as he is to use the term genocide, interview.
Would tell you that that famine was a deliberate genocide. And yet, despite explaining this,
No historian would say that it was deliberate genocide. Okay. Let's look at an interview with I can see the trouble. It included partial attempts on nationality. I don't think the word genocide as such is a very useful one. When I say if you want to use it, you can, but it was invented for rather different purposes. I can see that the trouble is it implies that somebody, some other nation or a larger part of it were doing it, that the Nazis are more or less implicated, they are Germans. But I don't think this is true. It wasn't a Russian exercise, the attack on Ukrainian people, but it was a definite attack on them as they were discriminated against as far as death went. But it didn't mean if you were Russian you were doing very well in Stalin's time either. But it was a definite attack on them as they were discriminated against as far as death went. So, does Robert Conquest say that it was absolutely not a targeted attack? It doesn't seem that way. There we go. But I think it's a good thing that the famine should be recognized. It's an odd thing, but I was asked by the Holocaust. I was asked by the Holocaust Foundation. They asked me to speak on the famine, on the Ukrainian famine, some years ago, and it's still on the record. They asked the Armenians to do the same. At that time, the Ukrainian ambassador in Washington came to the Holocaust Museum, so the Jews were not forcing it as the same thing at all. That's the other danger. Once you start using these terms, you have to be not only just as bad, but just the same as Jewish genocide. And it's not the same. As long as that's recognized, and I think there are guilty people, but they aren't the Russian nation or anybody else. They are a particular group of particularly horrible people. Wow! That does not seem like Robert Conquest saying that there was no targeted attack at all. How interesting. How interesting.
fact, they pointed out to how multiple NATO-aligned countries are now recognizing the famine as such.
Oh! Is that a conspiracy of the evil Western countries?
Asked them who we are to believe. The scientific experts who devote their lives studying these things?
Are you going to quote any of them? Are you going to cite any of them? This book, The Great Hunger in Ukraine. It's a collection of primary sources, orders, documents, letters. This book comes with the conclusion that it was genocide. There's a book on genocides that has 2 huge chapters on the Holodomor, also calling it a genocide. So no, it is not true. It is not even close to the truth that most experts disagree that it was a genocide. That is simply not true. Scientific experts, genocide isn't something you can derive from scientific inquiry. History isn't a science. Well, that's another thing. But yes, it is absolutely false. It is absolutely false that most historians do not agree that the Holodomor was not a genocide. Again, if this person watches this video and disagrees with my claim, I will gladly cite the sources.
Or a bunch of politicians who will
I
push
will gladly cite the sources because the sources are there, including primary sources. How many primary sources has fellow traveler looked at? I'm willing to guess not a lot.
whatever narrative that they need to in order to drum up anti-Russian hysteria.
Yes. It's all anti-Russian hysteria. But wait! I thought the USSR was not Russia. I thought it was the Soviet Union of the Soviet people who were not Russian. So how can it be anti-Russian hysteria if it was the Soviet Union? Apologies. Also, hello, our family. You seem to be new to the... You seem to be new. What brings you to the stream? I always ask when I see a new face or a new name in the chat. So yes.
To manufacture consents for their proxy war. Their response was very telling. They essentially dismissed the question and went on to say that since everyone is biased and we all pick and choose what we want to believe, that...
Wait, how did you find this stream? I do need to know. But yes, the Soviet Union was totally not ideologically inclined to hide this, politically inclined. Ribbentrop-Molotov was a purely defensive pact. Okay. Why was Ribbentrop-Molotov forbidden from being taught at schools in Poland when Poland was communist? Why is that? Answer me this. Riddle me this. Why was Ribbentrop-Molotov banned from being taught at schools in Poland? Riddle me this. Why did the Soviet Union try to completely cover up the Holodomor, including the fact that it happened at all? It should be on. You should be able to see the YouTube chat. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription, fake helicopter. Better not be evil. You better not be evil. True. You can use the emotes now. Where's the chat? People are simply not chatting. Yeah, people are simply not chatting in the YouTube chat or something, or it froze. It's just not showing for some reason. Alright. Hello, Lucy, sorry. I can see. That's okay.
That they are basically going to continue to believing that it is a genocide regardless.
Yeah, because it is. Regardless of Marxist-Leninism bullshit, yeah, it was a genocide. Much like the new genocide that we've learned about today. The USSR was a pretty genocidal regime, as it turns out.
And you have someone who is so far down the ideological rabbit hole that they will straight up dismiss the scientific conclusions of the paid professionals whose job it is to research these things.
Projection, if I ever saw it. Marxist-Leninists are the biggest projection machines in the universe. You can give them any fact, you can give them any historical occurrence, they will twist it into a pretzel and present it as the opposite of what happened.
So they can continue to believe whatever they want to believe about the world. Then what you have is an individual who is...
Stupid victims of genocide saying that it was genocide. They're just ideologically driven.
By very definition, not a neutral observer. What you have...
Exactly. You're not a neutral observer. You are in fact very ideologically driven. Correct.
Is a bad faith actor. One who is fun...
Correct again. You are a pretty bad faith actor. And I dare you to call me on the Holodomor thing. I will pull out sources and I will do that video dedicated to the Holodomor. First, it was Bad Empanada. Now it's you. So I guess I'm just more motivated to do the video now. It's been a long time. It's time to get to it. It's time to do it. Finally.
Fundamentally, intellectually dishonest. But I digress.
I know.
This is the unfortunate reality of the situation, but whoever wins a debate is a pretty subjective question, and people oftentimes disagree on who the real winner actually is.
I don't care about that.
When these content creators platform Nazis and destroy them with facts and logic, even if it appears to most people that the liberal centrist has won, there are still thousands of young...
Yes. Vaj the liberal centrist. This is ridiculous.
And impressionable minds being subjected to fascist rhetoric, and some of those people are going to resonate with some of what that Nazi has to say. These people, who under any other context wouldn't have expressed these sort of fascistic sentiments, will see
who's the winner, who's the wiener.
A Nazi expressing them publicly and will be emboldened by it, because now they know that they're not alone. They know that there are others out there who share the same sentiments as they do. And the fact that they are being invited to these public platforms to speak these positions openly means that in a way, to be a Nazi is actually kind of socially acceptable now. When you platform Nazis, you embolden Nazis, and you expose naive and gullible individuals to Nazi rhetoric that they otherwise wouldn't have been exposed to. And in practice, you create more Nazis, irrespective of whether or not your goal
projection
was to reduce the number of existing Nazis at present by winning them over in the marketplace of ideas. No amount of logic or reason will turn a committed fascist from their path because people don't become fascists through logic and reason in the first place.
True. That's so true. You will not be persuaded with facts and logic because you've already decided in your mind that the USSR was a fantastic place.
And keep in mind that all of this is assuming that we are operating under a best-case scenario, in which the liberals' attempt to discredit the fascist within the context of a live debate doesn't completely backfire.
1 ml can power a home theater, true. Or even a full-on professional theater.
Some fascists are charismatic. Some of them are really good talkers. And I know this because I've interacted with quite a few of them. These are people who know how to cloak their bullshit behind a wall of subversion, how to utilize deliberate deception, and how to rebrand and represent
You
their
know a thing or two about these things as well, yourself.
ideas in a way that is more sanitized and palatable to the layman. And they also know how to identify the deliberate sophistry of the liberal centrist, and in effect, how to expose them for the dishonest, narcissistic buffoons and unqualified pseudo-intellectual charlatans that they are. In this way, platforming Nazis in the pursuit of discrediting them can and absolutely has backfired on the liberal centrist before.
One can ask these prickly questions. Is
You
some
mean questions
southern
that are going to come up necessarily in the establishment of a white ethno-state? Go on.
Sure, they came up in the establishment of an Israeli state. Israel exists. It's a flourishing society. It has a national order. These are practical questions that can be answered.
You missed the consensus.
Who are these people? Sargon of Akkad is a fascist. Who here is supposed to be the centrist?
Again, I really find you to be a very tedious and annoying person.
I started with good intentions, Rich. Then you started like acting like an ass.
Sargon, I am
I'm not
going to say something that might be the most insulting thing we've ever heard.
I will accept your apology whenever you're ready to give it.
Do you think that
Is Sargon of Akkad supposed to be the centrist here?
you are more intelligent than you are?
How intelligent am I?
I don't think you're very intelligent.
When Richard Spencer, of all people, is coming off as the mature voice of reason in a discussion about ethnic cleansing...
What? This is mature and reasonable? According to fellow traveler, this is the... Is this how mature and reasonable looks like in this person's eyes? I rest my case, I guess.
And is actively shining light onto the ignorant smugness and intellectual dishonesty of...
And Sargon of Akkad is supposedly a centrist. That's news to me that Sargon of Akkad is a centrist.
his liberal opponent, that is Sargon of Akkad.
Liberal. Sargon of Akkad, who also wants an ethno-state. I would remind you. A white ethno-state. Sargon of Akkad, the centrist.
What you have is a scenario where the liberal centrist, who was trying to discredit fascism, inadvertently...
Sargon of Akkad, the liberal centrist. You cannot make this up. Amazing. No wonder President Sunday is probably not gonna cover this.
inadvertently making fascism look good. And the more that they do these debates...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sargon of Akkad was always pretty firmly right-leaning.
the more that they're only going to help the far-right improve and sharpen their rhetorical and debate skills over time.
I know. I've been keeping tabs on Sargon of Akkad for quite a long time.
Increasing the likelihood that we have more Sargons versus Spencers in the future. Liberal centrists, by and large, put way too much emphasis on the
yes. Vosh, Sargon of Akkad, same people really. Same people.
Value of these debates, acting as though the correct ideas are destined to come out on top, when the fact of the matter is that these online debates don't really accomplish anything meaningful in the real world. Again, You cannot debate away the incorrect positions because the people who gravitate towards these positions don't do so thanks to their superior logic and knowledge on the subject.
True. You've demonstrated it with your opinions on the Holodomor. Thank you.
They gravitate towards these positions due to a combination of surrounding material circumstances and external influences during their daily life. It's the same reason why we can't debate away capitalism. We have to fight it. Now, what exactly it means to fight is an entirely different question, the answer to which depends on the context, time, and place. I'm not telling you to go join ISIS or start a riot or something. What I'm saying is...
It means to fight capitalism is to find an ethnic group, look up their names in the yellow pages, and then execute them or something. You know, the good old USSR style. Just execute them. Look them up in the yellow pages.
Is if you want to quell the far right, then the most effective and meaningful way to do that is by becoming an active participant in anti-fascist action. Antifa should be the first thing that these liberal centrists should be calling for if they sincerely want to combat the fascists, not platforming them and legitimizing them in front of a live audience of thousands of young and impressionable children for the world to see. And so these people are not principled anti-fascists. To make matters worse, they're actually democratic partisans. And
there is a way, there is a pretty good way that the Soviet Union dealt with impressionable children. You simply kill the dad, send mom away to Siberia or something, and give the child away to orphanage. And there, you can mold their impressionable mind any way you want. It's a win-win scenario. It's amazing. It's very effective. Much like in Pokemon. It's like a super effective attack in Pokemon.
And by virtue of being democratic partisans, and calling for everyone to vote blue no matter who every 2 to 4 years, these liberal centrists are in fact fascist enablers, since the Democratic Party is actively enabling and emboldening the rise of the far right as we speak.
Not allowing the fascists to win elections actually emboldens the fascists. Stellar logic. Because everybody knows that you have a limited amount of turns in the turn-based game of life. If you vote against fascists, everybody knows you cannot do anything else. Any activism, anything really. You've used your turn points for voting that, so you cannot do anything else. This is stupid.
Further cementing the fact that liberal anti-fascism is a complete and total joke. Another cornerstone of centrist pathology is to accuse both sides of...
Sargon was always a conservative, but not always a fascist. Have you considered that Sargon simply kept it closer to his chest at the start? I'm gonna be honest. Sargon of Akkad was always fascist-leaning. He was just more, what's the term? Mask on.
Of a given conflict of being equally bad by virtue of both sides utilizing violence against one another, and are by extension both equally deserving of criticism and condemnation, and that we need some sort of peaceful compromise between the two. I bring up the example of Israel and Palestine yet again. While Israel may be guilty of stealing Palestinian land and murdering Palestinian children, the Palestinians who take up arms against the Israeli military and kill Israeli soldiers are also bad. Since killing people is bad, and both sides are killing people, both sides are therefore bad. However, when one looks any deeper into the conflict and contextualizes that violence, one can easily come to the conclusion that the Israelis constitute an invading apartheid force with a state that was founded on completely illegitimate means via the conquest, land theft, and the ethnic cleansing of another established, internationally recognized sovereign nation, and that the Palestinian people are completely within their rights to utilize violence against the invading settler colonizers, because in doing so, they are defending their homes, their families, their livelihoods, and their land. In other words, the violence of the Palestinians is a legitimate form of self-defense, while the violence of the Israelis is an illegitimate act of hostile aggression. Unfortunately, ideological centrists fail to recognize this, and because many of them can't be bothered to do any real investigation or actually learn about what's—
yes, the Vosh. Vosh, the famous pro-Israeli state centrist. Wait, can you remind me what Vosh was banned from Twitch for? Can you remind me what some famous thing that Vosh said that made him perma-banned on Twitch? What was it? I want to think. I think Vosh said, "Glory to the Israeli state." That's what he said. Exactly. That's right.
going on because the facts make them feel uncomfortable, or they don't like the aesthetics of either side, or because they don't want to be associated with an unpopular opinion out of principle, or they themselves are
That's Vaush. That's Vaush. You got him.
Israeli settler colonists. Instead, they adopt this incredibly shallow, naive—
I'm just gonna say that it's pretty interesting to call all citizens of Israel to frame them as invaders, you know? When in many cases, and it has to be recognized as well, this has to be recognized, many people that moved to Palestine that later became Israel were survivors of the Holocaust that were trying to find a safe haven. Are they invaders? Are the Holocaust survivors that were trying to find a safe haven in Palestine invaders? Riddle me this. Riddle me this, fellow traveler, if you see this video.
And historically illiterate stance of both sides bad, condemning both sides' violence despite any proclamations of neutrality on the subject. To make matters worse, by sitting on the fence post, by refusing to take a principled stand one way or another, the centrist is in practice not actually being a centrist at all. They are in fact being a right-winger. The reason for this is because since they perceive the violence of everyone in an isolated vacuum without any consideration for the broader
You're a Stalinist. You don't have principles.
Surrounding context or material conditions, they are in effect delegitimizing the violence of everyone involved, including the violence of those who are completely within their right to utilize violence in the pursuit of their own self-preservation. They delegitimize the violence of the oppressed, which in turn directly undermines their cause, as the oppressed have no real assets, no means to broadcast their voice across the airwaves, no resources of their own with which to carry out their will. What the oppressed do have, and what they need more than anything
Then again, you say that Stalin ended the Holocaust.
else is solidarity, alternative institutions of their own, and broad popular support from the grassroots. Centrists directly undercut this support, as well as the ability of the oppressed to cultivate said support by condemning them whenever and wherever they carry out even the most moderately tame of political violence, i.e. someone throwing a brick through a cop's window or looting
It's justifying the genocidal framework of the nation state.
a grocery store. Not to mention the fact that centrists aren't even truly opposed to all forms of political violence anyways. Regardless of how much they might invoke their both sides bad posturing, they're not actually being sincere when we critically examine their behavior. They aren't opposed to state violence and oppression conducted towards working people in most instances because they perceive that violence as legitimate. When political violence is being carried out by the far right against the far left, They certainly don't seem to mind it all that much. In some instances, they will even vocally condone said violence and cheerlead it from the sidelines.
Who's this?
The rioting
Oh.
needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white
Destiny.
redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit.
I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't call Destiny a centrist either. Like, Destiny is far more right-leaning at this point than anything. Like, far, like, pretty damn right-leaning.
This fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
But even operating under the assumption that centrists are opposed to all forms of violence on principle, centrist condemnation of reactionary violence has no real bearing or negative impact on the right in its ability to exert its will like it does on the left since, well, they're the status quo.
Center-right? Maybe.
They're the ones with the wealth, the power, the influence, the big institutional backing, and the resources at their disposal to do as they please, irrespective of the centrist criticisms or token opposition. Sure, they might deliver scathing condemnations of the state of Israel, but it's not going to matter because the right wing dominates the media and controls nearly all of the avenues by which regular people receive information about the world. So they can simply amplify the pro-Israeli voices and sentiments, keeping the centrists around on a leash as controlled opposition, and drowning any and all anti-colonial voices out of the media. So even if an ideological centrist is opposed to reactionary violence, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because talk is cheap. The powers that be possess all of the cards and have the entire—
I mean, you're quite literally just talking. Hello, Giselle Santarelli. What brings you to the stream? How did you find the stream? If you've been here before and I don't remember, then I apologize. But in the meantime, join the page and tell me how you found the stream. But hello. But yes.
entire deck stacked in their favor, and centrists are directly opposed to anyone utilizing the political violence needed in order to save countless innocent people from being victimized by criminal actors who routinely perpetrate violence at the expense of others for personal gain. In conclusion, these are the natural—
yes, says fellow traveler, the biggest warrior for leftism. Jesus. Oof. It's my first stream. The subject totally caught my eye. Thank you. I hope you will enjoy yourself. And I hope that you will consider subscribing and joining the page. I sincerely hope so. We've actually done a lot of talking about this video. We've actually discovered a little bit of a genocide that the USSR has done in the 30s against Polish people. Isn't that interesting? So we're learning a lot today. Also, since this is your first stream, Lucy Haze, the biggest Polish trans streamer who does history, art, video games, and languages as well. I've not done a language segment in a long time, but I do plan to do a lot more language segments soon. So look forward to that. This guy stole President Sunday's argument and bastardized it. Correct. I actually wholeheartedly agree with President Sunday's argument, by the way. I covered his centrism video. Oh yes, I'm also President Sunday's biggest orbiter. I mean, look at the books. Look at the books. Of course I'm up. President Sunday or better. Okay, let's go. Let's just continue with this. This is turning into a ramble real quick.
Consequences of treating political neutrality as a virtue and taking pride in one's own ignorance. People like this sit on the fence post on these crucial issues so they can assume the moral high ground over the extremists who they perceive with all this blood on their hands, since they are centrists and by extension are able to psychologically dissociate themselves from any group, individuals, or ideas with aesthetics that they don't.
You call everyone who's not a Marxist-Leninist a centrist.
Like.
You put Vosh in the same centrist camp as Sargon of Akkad. I am not treating this seriously.
They fail to realize that by sitting on the fence post and choosing to dissociate from any position they deem too controversial, that they remove themselves from the ability to discover the real truth of a matter and meaningfully affect change around them. And not to be cliché, but those who stand for nothing will fall for anything. And so centrism is little more than a modernized, rebranded version.
Yeah, just like you have fallen for Marxist-Leninism. Because you stand for nothing. You're a genocide denier. You did a whole spiel about the Holodomor. And he praised Richard Spencer, right? Saying that Richard Spencer sounded mature and reasonable.
Of conservatism. They don't want to rock the boat too much. They want to conserve the system as we know it today. Sure, they might pay lip service to progressive policy, but they don't actually care about enacting it in the grand scheme of things. Instead, they keep faith that the status quo will magically solve these problems given enough time, that we don't actually need to struggle for anything, and to struggle for change and to rock the boat is actually a bad...
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Who is this mythical centrist that hopes that the status quo will take care of everything? Who is that person? Is it Vosh? Is it Sargon of Akkad? Who is it?
Bad thing. Hence why they condemn any sort of political violence undertaken during the Black Lives Matter protests.
Oh, yeah.
Or why they think Biden did the right thing
because Vosh totally did that.
By busting up the railway workers' strike, since the strike would have caused shortages and inconvenienced customers at supermarkets and grocery stores. Mark my words, viewer. When the chips are down, when socialist revolution is on the horizon, these liberals, these ideologically committed centrists, will immediately become white guardists at the drop of a hat. They will stand in solidarity with the counter-revolutionary forces of reaction in order to stop it and to restore the status quo, since in their eyes, the revolutionaries are violent, authoritarian, dictatorial, tankies, red fash, etc. And it is for these...
Yeah, you're a great example of that. There's another article that we'll briefly look at.
These reasons why centrism is inherently right-wing. For all of their bravado about the marketplace of ideas and hearing out both sides of a discussion, these people need to take their own advice and investigate the true history of the workers' movement and how the world as we know it came to be today.
Wait, what did the USSR do to workers? What did the USSR do to workers? Let me remind you for a bit. So, the following categories of people were arrested by the NKVD during the Polish operation, as described in Soviet documents. No, that's not the part that I want to find. There was this nice part when let me check. Work. Oh, there we go. The operation took place approximately in August 25th, 1937 to November 15th, 1938. The largest group of people with a Polish background. We are learning the true history of the workers' movement, by the way. Around 40% of all victims came from Soviet Ukraine, especially from the district near the border with Poland. Among them were tens of thousands of peasants, railway workers, industrial laborers, engineers, and others. Interesting way that the USSR dealt with its workers in its workers' movement by arresting them and executing them. I guess that's just the Marxist-Leninist way of dealing with the worker question.
Not so they can continue to refuse to come to concrete conclusions, morally posture, and take pride in their own ignorance, but because we need more communists, and the fastest way to turn people to communism is with a proper history lesson.
Projection. Communism does not equal Marxist-Leninism. Communism does not equal Maoism. Communism does not equal the USSR. Communism does not equal China. Let me show you something. We will finish the segment with this, okay? We will revisit the greatest hits of the USSR. Oh, well, what do you know? Another thing that can be classified as genocide. We are discovering the genocides. All right, let's do this. I'm ready. Are you ready? I sure am. Oh boy, I sure am. The Katyn massacre. Have you heard of that one? Have you heard of the Katyn massacre? Guess we're gonna learn a little bit about it from the Wikipedia. Huh. Again, if this person questions the Wikipedia, I'm glad to look for sources. The Katyn massacre was a series of mass executions of nearly 22,000 Polish military officers and intelligentsia prisoners of war, because, you know, it is the modus operandi of Soviet/Russian to just kill prisoners of war or torture them, usually to death. Carried out by the Soviet Union, specifically the NKVD, People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the Soviet Secret Police. In April and May 1940, though the killings also occurred in the Kalinin and Kharkiv prisons and elsewhere, the massacre is named after the Katyn forest, where some of the mass graves were first discovered by German Nazi forces, of all people. Isn't that interesting? And do you know what the best part of this all is? It's that the USSR did the mass killing, turned around and said, oh yeah, it was Germany. It was totally Germany that did it. It was totally Germany. It was totally not us. The order to execute captive members of the Polish officer corps was secretly issued by the Soviet Politburo, led by Joseph Stalin. But how dare you compare Joseph Stalin to Adolf Hitler? How even dare you? Of the total killed, about 8,000 were officers imprisoned during the 1939 Soviet invasion of Poland. Another 6,000 were police officers, and the remaining 8,000 were Polish intelligentsia, the Soviet deemed to be intelligence agents and gendarmes, spies and saboteurs, former landowners, factory owners, and officials. The Polish army officers class was representative of the multi-ethnic Polish state. The murdered included ethnic Poles, Belarusians, and 700 to 900 Polish Jews, including the chief rabbi of the Polish army, Baruch Steinberg. The government of Nazi Germany announced the discovery of mass graves in the cutting forest in April 1943. Stalin severed diplomatic relations with the London-based Polish government in exile when it asked for an investigation by the International Committee of the Red Cross. How interesting. After the Vistula Oder offensive, where the mass graves fell into Soviet control, the Soviet Union claimed that the Nazis had killed the victims, and it continued to deny responsibility for the massacres until 1990, when it officially acknowledged the condemned the killings by the NKVD, as well as the subsequent cover-up by the Soviet government. Well, maybe that's fake as well. Maybe... What's his face? Fellow traveler will say that it didn't happen. Maybe that's fake. Who knows? Who knows? An investigation conducted by the Office of the Prosecutors General of the Soviet Union 1990-1991 and the Russian Federation 1991-2004 confirmed Soviet responsibility for the massacre, but refused to classify this action as a war crime or as an act of mass murder. Wow! What was it then? It was not a war crime, and it was not mass murder. Interesting. What was it then? Perpetrators were dead, and since the Russian government would not classify the dead as victims of the Great Purge, formal posthumous rehabilitation was deemed inapplicable. In November 2010, hoping to improve relations with Poland, the Russian State Duma approved a declaration condemning Stalin and other Soviet officials for ordering the massacre. However, with the Russo-Ukrainian War, the relations became strained. In 2021, the Russian Ministry of Culture downgraded the memorial complex at Katyn on its register of sites of cultural heritage from a place of federal to one of only regional importance. And it started with the invasion of Poland, which was a purely defensive act out of pure desperation. Isn't this interesting? The executions. If it was really a genocide, then why are we denying it happened? Right. Okay. So I guess we can finish the segment here. You think Haas is smarter than this guy? Well, we will finish it here. If you found this segment informative, If you found this segment interesting, then please consider subscribing to YouTube, hitting the bell, joining the White Forest page, subscribing on the White Forest page, donating, because that is what keeps the channel afloat and allows me to grow and do better things with the channel, to improve of the things. And comment below if you want me to go in depth about the topics discussed today. The Holodomor, the Katyn massacre, the Polish operation of the NKWD. We can have more in-depth dedicated segments about those topics. And I can look into sources that are different than the wiki, no problem. And give you a very coherent and streamlined segments about those things. Okay, we're done with this one. Phew. Great segment, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So what's next on the agenda? I think I've spent all of my energy. I wanted to do the Great Synagogue today. I wanted to do a segment about the Great Synagogue near the Tłumaczki Street. But instead, because I'm pretty drained, instead I will prepare more and do a really, really good segment about that. Your voice is so sweet and soothing. Thank you, Giselle Santarelli. Thank you. But do consider joining the page and super consider donating. But yes, we will be doing a big segment on next stream, which will be tomorrow actually. We'll be doing a super big segment on the synagogue, the Great Synagogue. Okay? So look forward to that. Lucy has become my favorite streamer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Things have been becoming a bit slow lately, so I'm glad to hear that. Okay, what can we do next? Since I don't have the strength for the synagogue, and I think it's not prepared well enough. Let's see if we can find okay, now the chat can decide video game or React plus video game. I do have some more topics for today, by the way. Oh, there was a video that I wanted to show you, but actually. What is React? React, okay. This is interesting. This is a video from Pride Month that have went under my radar for some reason. And I don't know what to expect from this video. So we're gonna take a look at it. Thank you, Vex the Cat, for the $10 donation. Thank you very, very much. Will you try to find a good ending to my house? Yes, I will. However that is done, I will try to do it. I will try to find the best ending. But my house is not a React game. If we are going to be doing if we are going to be doing a React, then it's of course going to have to be Demon Souls. Okay, we're gonna be playing Demon Souls. Okay, so I've got a perfect video for you. It's a Pride Month video that I found. The title makes me worried, but I actually have faith that it's gonna be okay. It might just be okay. Look, the video is called "Why Do Japanese Games Handle Trans Characters So Differently?" And I wanna hear out the arguments. Okay? I don't know anything about this creator. I don't know anything about this video. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. And I don't think I've seen anyone cover this either.
Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Happy Pride
I know that
Month.
some of my viewers may find this topic controversial, but I hope that even if you do, you will stick around and watch this relatively short video.
True.
I promise that it will be a lighthearted, respectful look at culture and video games.
Okay.
And what you learn, I think, may surprise you.
Alright.
So let's get right to it. I'm going to start the video with a
Alright, interesting. Respectful is always good, right?
statement that
Especially
many of you
if it's respectful to trans people.
viewers will find shocking. And that is this. In East Asia, generally speaking, being transgender is seen as less controversial than being gay. In the entire continent of Asia, where 60%
I have to admit, I was not aware.
of the world's population lives, the only state that has legalized gay marriage is Taiwan, and gay marriage has only been legal there since 2019. As of June 2023, there are bills proposing gay marriage in India, Japan, and South Korea. But as of the date of this video's release, neither
Wonder
Japan nor
how
South
it's
Korea
in
recognize
Vietnam.
same-sex unions, although China does to some extent. You may be surprised to hear that Japan doesn't even have nationwide protections against anti-gay discrimination.
Huh.
Some of the more progressive cities do, like Tokyo, but these protections exist at a local level and not at a federal level. However, in Japan and in South Korea and even in China, transgender people are legally allowed to change their gender after sex reassignment surgery as opposed to having gender changes banned outright. My beloved Taiwan has allowed transgender people to change legal gender since 2021 without any surgical requirements. Now, let's also be clear, more acceptance doesn't mean acceptable.
Right.
Japan, in fact, requires those surgically transitioning to undergo mandatory sterilization, and there are still
Right.
substantial stigmas in East Asia against transgender individuals. But at the very least, comparatively and culturally, there is more understanding and acceptance of trans
Okay, I can see that this video is indeed going to be respectful. Accepting does not mean acceptable. That's actually a pretty good... That's actually a pretty good phrase, isn't it? More accepting does not mean acceptable. I actually like this phrase. Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah.
people than one might expect from these traditionally minded countries where even gay marriage has yet to be legalized. This may seem strange. Why are these developed countries so unwilling to budge when it comes to gay marriage, but relatively open by comparison to transgender people and, more relevantly, transgender portrayals in media? In the West, generally speaking, trans portrayals are still uncommon, while gay and lesbian portrayals are virtually mainstream. Why is East Asia so different in this regard? What puts trans acceptance ahead of gay acceptance there? And what does this have to do with video games? Well, to answer these questions, we're going to be looking at different portrayals of trans characters in Japanese games while discussing the cultural context of those characters. In so doing, it is my hope that we will develop a nuanced understanding of trans portrayals and trans acceptance in Japan and East Asia.
Okay.
But first, a word from our sponsor, Brilliant.org. As a working...
I guess I was hoping that Vietnam would be also included in this, but sadly Vietnam is not talked about that much. That is a shame. Vietnam is a wonderful place. Let's kill this enemy and continue the video, shall we?
Professional with a time-consuming YouTube side gig, my limited free time is more valuable than ever. I could spend that time playing Diablo 4, but why not learn something instead? That's where today's sponsor Brilliant comes in. Brilliant teaches you complicated topics like math, programming, data analysis, and engineering with only 15 minutes of interactive problem solving a day. Brilliant is built for busy people like myself, with its fun, bite-sized, low-pressure, and interactive lessons. Why not try Brilliant yourself by visiting brilliant.org/moonchannel. My viewers will receive a 30-day free trial, and the first 200 of you who sign up with my link will also receive 20% off their annual subscription. It's a great deal, and there's nothing better than using your time to do something.
I mean, it's a respectful video, so I don't mind watching the what's it called? I don't mind watching a sponsorship from a person that is respectful to trans people, you know? It was a bigot or something that I would just skip it, but if it's like if it's a nice person that talks of trans acceptance and celebrates the queer month, then Pride Month, then yeah, I will probably watch it. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense.
Something both productive and fun. So why settle for just being smart when you could be brilliant?
I see.
The term transgender and all the nuance that we currently associate with it is a relatively modern one, emerging as recently as the 1950s. The fundamental concept, however, of a transgender person, which is to say a person whose gender identity is different from their birth sex, is nothing new in history. I can see some of you shuddering through your computer screens. Don't worry, I won't force too much history on you this time.
I see.
But I think it is still necessary to go through a little history here to develop a contextual understanding of what we are dealing with. Transgender people existed in just about every culture in some capacity, and while there are fascinating and robust histories of trans people in Europe and the Americas and Africa, we will be narrowing our scope specifically to the history of trans people in East Asia. East Asia, you see, has a very long history of transgenderism. You might be familiar, for example, with a long and sordid history of eunuchs.
Okay, I don't like the term transgenderism, but so far, so good, I guess. Just really don't like the term transgenderism.
In China, a eunuch is a castrated male, and they were at times thought of as being not entirely male nor female. In ancient China, like in many patriarchal societies, women were often considered unfit for the duplicitous and thoughtful work of statesmanship. Chinese history, of course, shows us that this is patently untrue. But let's
Judaism, of course, has many genders as well.
Let's not get sidetracked. A eunuch was seen as having all the benefits of the male mind and capability without a male's ambition for dynasty. Eunuchs were often given positions of great power, and eunuchs were also responsible for some of China's most dramatic historical occurrences, including one such an instance where a weak emperor saw the imperial harem, the women, fighting for political control of the state against the imperial eunuchs. You may also be familiar with how traditional Chinese theater and Japanese kabuki uses male actors to portray female characters, a practice that is not dissimilar to the Western practice of drag or the historical portrayal of female characters by male actors in Shakespearean plays, and might be thought of as trans-adjacent. Japan, in particular, has a curious relationship with transgenderism and gender nonconformity. Portrayals of transgender or at least gender nonconforming characters in media are commonplace to the point of being generally unremarkable because of Japan's long engagement with characters of male sex presenting as female-gendered. Now, oddly enough, as far as video games are concerned, the arguable first two significant trans portrayals were both quirks of localization. Consider first everyone's favorite pink, egg-spitting, bow-wearing dinosaur, Birdo. The English manual for Super Mario Bros. 2 mentions that Birdo thinks he is a girl, and that he'd rather be called Birdetta. In Japan, however, the game we know of as Super Mario Bros. 2 is Yume Kojo Doki Doki Paniku. In that game, Birdo is known as Catherine, and she is portrayed in that game as a cis female. She ended up with a male pronoun in the Super Mario Bros. 2 manual because her character was mistakenly switched during localization with the male-presenting character Ostro. The manual localizers rolled with it, and thus Birdo became trans. And that fateful decision by the manual localization team has caused trouble for Nintendo ever since. The male pronoun typo was corrected in the Game Boy Advance release of Super Mario Bros. 2, and the Japanese version of Super Smash Bros. Melee calls Birdo Catherine, and in a manner similar to the original manual, states that she prefers to be called Kathy. However, in Smash Bros. Brawl, Birdo's gender is stated as being indeterminate in both versions, and Birdo is described with the rather tone-deaf pronoun it. Birdo is stated to be female in the controversial Japan-only Wii game Captain...
I mean, maybe. We all stand though here, so... Always for Birdo was a female name. Interesting. I mean, I guess. I mean, Birdo is not super gendered, I guess, right? So I guess I could understand that if you would think that it's a girl's name as well.
Rainbow, but the European website for Mario Strikers Charged Football notes that Birdo is male. Now, some pundits consider Birdo to be a trans icon, but others consider Birdo to be an offensive caricature. Here's the thing about symbols, though. The origins of a symbol do not determine its meaningfulness. Something can become a symbol even if it wasn't intended to be that way.
That's true.
Aside from Birdo, another early trans character who is a product of localization is Poison, a character who made her first appearance in Final Fight, and whose portrayal as a trans character like Birdo is still...
Basically, like, yeah. I could see that being the case, Fake Alec Parker. Birdo being able to be used for a girl as well, yeah.
Inconsistent and at times unclear. Poison was designed by Akira Yasuda with the intention of creating, and I quote, a sexy female gang member to Final Fight. However, the Final Fight team was afraid that beating up women in their video game would cause trouble in North America, and so designer Akira Nishitani switched the female enemies in Final Fight from cisgender female to transgender. Poison's designer, Akira Yasuda, has stated that he still views Poison as a cisgender female in Japan, but as a transgender female in North America. Designer Akira Nishitani has stated on Twitter that in his personal view,
that betrays some pretty sexist attitudes, actually. Oh my gosh. So it's okay to beat up trans women, but not okay to fight with cis women. That does not sound very good. I'm just gonna say.
Poison is a woman. Interpret that how you may. Street Fighter 4 producer Yoshinori Ono has allegedly stated that he considers Poison officially post-op transgender in North America.
There's actually also one other way to read this. Because this change was made for the US audience. So it could be seen as people in the US are more transphobic. So we're okay with hitting trans women. It's not okay to beat up on anyone, especially me. That's actually true. That's true. That's a good point.
America and pre-op in Japan. Remember the distinction that exists by law in Japan, though. Pre-op transgender women are not legally allowed to change gender. As such, Ono is telling us that he considers Poison to be legally male. And so Poison's canonical identity is still a bit muddy, and portrayals of her characters at times can be downright puzzling. Here's an anecdote that I personally experienced.
Okay.
I played very briefly the Street Fighter Duel gacha game, released originally by Topjoy, Tencent, and Capcom for China. There was an event in that game when I played it which required you to use only female characters to get an achievement. Your team could have Chun-Li, Cammy, Sea Viper, Juri, Makoto, Sakura, and Ibuki, but not Poison. She didn't count for the achievement. Frustrating though it is, at the end of the day, not unlike Birdo, Poison as a fictional character with a nebulous background is what we make of her. Death of the author and all that. It doesn't really matter what Akira Nishitani thinks about North American Poison. I think though that Poison's portrayal as a trans woman with all of the foibles involved in that portrayal brings us right back to our discussion at large. Japanese media features trans-presenting people quite nonchalantly, despite the stigma against trans people in the society, and in an especially peculiar way considering that portrayals of homosexuality are still relatively taboo by comparison. And a part of that, as we discussed, is Japan's history of gender non-conforming portrayals in traditional media.
Right.
There is, however, a second part of this puzzle that we must consider,
There's also,
and that is the cultural philosophy of conformity in
There's
Japan.
also the interesting trans character in the manga Fushigi Yugi, which had a few stereotypical bigoted things about it, but years later the author came out as non-binary and said, and the author still uses pronouns she, her. She said that she regretted certain choices when it came to the trans woman she wrote, and that she would gladly turn back time to change certain things. There are elements that are uptight in the media as well.
Japan. And so to discuss that topic, let us talk a little bit more about everyone's favorite trans character, Bridget.
True.
East Asian cultures, and this is not just limited to Japan, are traditionally collectivist and communal. There are many historical theories about this, which we won't get into, I promised, after all. But it involves rice-based communal agriculture, early East Asian philosophy, and... No, stop. Okay, I'm good. We're good. The more collectivist nature of East Asia, particularly when contrasted against the more individualist natures of the West, means that individual conformity to a status quo of societal behavior.
For American Poison, it kills the quickest and most... Oh my goodness. I got the joke.
Behavior is expected and at times enforced. In other words, while we in the West often associate collectivism with progressivism and individualism with conservatism, in East Asia the phenomenon is generally reversed. After all, if one defines progressivism as the advancement of new ideas over tradition and conservatism little c as the adherence to tradition over advancement of new ideas, then sticking to a highly conformist collectivist society in East Asia is more conservative than it is progressive. In East Asia, breaking the status quo and being individualist is non-conforming and progressive. And yes, I understand I'm omitting a lot of nuance here with regards to collectivism and individualism, but I hope the well-versed among you will forgive me for providing only the 101 here. Being gay or a lesbian is highly looked down upon in traditional East Asian society, even absent the philosophical influences of the West which crept into Japan and thereby the rest of Asia post-Meiji Restoration, because it is non-conforming. A man and a man together or a woman and a woman together breaks the status quo. Some breaking of the status quo and exploration of this nature might even be tolerated when one is younger, but individuals are expected to eschew nonconformance and get with the program as they enter adulthood. Gender transitioning, however, is a behavior of conformity. If one's behaviors and mannerisms and internal identity is the opposite of one's appearance and gender, that might be considered non-conforming to society. By changing one's outside to match one's inside, there is no longer a visible dissonance, and as such one becomes conforming. As such, even though transgender people are still considered non-traditional, the act of transitioning itself, or presenting as transitioned to conform to societal expectations, conforms to traditional values. And that brings us to the fascinating story of Bridget. Bridget is a trans character from the series Guilty Gear.
True.
And she, a little like Birdo or Poison, was...
People coped about it so much. All the far writers were like femboy, and then the creators just said, no, trans. That was great to behold on Twitter and now X.
Not quite written as a trans character from the outset. Bridget's in-game story, in a nutshell, is this. Bridget was born the younger of a pair of twin boys in a town where a superstition stated male twins brought misfortune upon a family and the town. The townsfolk were so convinced of this that when any male twins were born, the younger would be taken and put to death or given up for adoption. Bridget's family, however, being wealthy aristocrats, chose to hide the younger twin and raise the younger twin as a daughter instead of a son, thereby hiding the child's birth sex from the townsfolk. This younger son is Bridget, and from the outset of Bridget's story you can see the very specific Japanese culture of conformity leaking out from society into media. Bridget follows her parents' directives, understanding that her presenting as female is for her own safety and good. However, she strives to prove to the townsfolk that their superstitions are unfounded. In so doing, she decides to set off to prove her manliness, only to discover in the next game that perhaps it wasn't manliness she was seeking, but belonging. The most recent iteration of Bridget has her settling in and understanding her transgender identity, with Daisuke Ishiwatari, the creator of Guilty Gear, clarifying that Bridget self-identifies as a woman, having faced parts of herself that she has tried to ignore. But consider Bridget's road to self-realization. It was a journey of conforming to...
We have to play more Guilty Gear. I do like Bridget. We'll play. I mean, when trans people were seen as really just 10 years ago, can really make that point that Asian culture are fundamentally different? I guess it's a bit complicated. You know? Because the person is not actually saying anything incorrect here. And trans characters were in manga, even if there were some bad things in it already in the 90s in manga. We have to play more Guilty Gear, this Bridget.
Societal expectation as much as it was a rebellion against that expectation. This is, in part, the difference between Eastern and Western portrayals of transgender characters in video games. In a Western game, or in fact in Western society in general, the act of changing one's gender to fit in and find belonging is seen as an unwelcome encroachment by certain conservative individualists. Whereas in Eastern society, and this extends even as far as the Muslim world, if one behaves opposite of their gender, it is conforming and thereby welcome by conservative collectivists.
This actually is not incorrect. In certain Muslim countries, which becomes bad in its own right, that certain gay people are forced to transition because they're treated as trans. So this whole thing becomes pretty bad, and it's bad in its own right, as you can see, right?
For the non-conforming individual to adjust themselves to fit the society around them. Consider, for example, the laws of the Islamic Republic of Iran. In Iran, same-sex relations are illegal. Same-sex activities are punishable by imprisonment or even execution. You can be executed in Iran for being gay. However, you can be trans in Iran. If you get sex reassignment surgery, you are legally allowed to change gender in Iran. In fact, the government even partially subsidizes your gender-affirming surgery. This doesn't make life easy as a trans person in Iran, far from it. But it does show how vast the difference can really be between individualistic societies and collectivist societies when it comes to LGBT acceptance. And to drive this cultural lesson home, we will take a look at one final case study. Let's look at a character that many of us North Americans may not even realize was trans at all.
Hello, Joe.
Let's look at Vivian from Paper Mario, The Thousand-Year Door.
Are you new, or have you been
Mooney,
here before?
I can hear you say. I played Thousand-Year Door.
If you've been here before and I don't remember, then I sincerely apologize. Also, everybody should join the page. Please join the page, everybody. Please do it for me.
In fact, it was one of my favorite games. I don't recall any transgender plotline in that game at all. Well, Thousand-Year Door is a very curious game, in that the story arc of an important playable character, Vivian, is handled completely differently depending on the version of the game that you played. Thousand-Year Door was developed by Intelligent Systems, produced by Shigeru Miyamoto and...
I think so. But I'm willing to sort of, I guess, forgive it, since he did say that it's a big simplification. It's just a different brand of bigotry, but very strange. They derive it from some grand notion that a person's mind and body should be in harmony. It's a deceptive way to impose conformity as a virtue. True. And there's the thing about gay people and lesbian people that I've mentioned here, forcing to transition.
Published by Nintendo. In the original Japanese, Vivian is described as being a boy who looks like a girl or an effeminate boy, something akin to the Japanese idea of otokonoko, a male girl. She is mocked relentlessly by her older sister Beldam, who misgenders her and calls her a crossdresser, much to her chagrin. And part of her story is learning confidence in herself and standing up to her sisters. In the original version of the game, Vivian is not explicitly stated to be transgender, and her identity, in a very Japanese manner, is left vague and up to one's own interpretation.
Interesting.
This characterization of Vivian extends to the French and Spanish versions as well. However, if you played an English or German version of Thousand-Year Door, any reference whatsoever to Vivian's gender nonconformity are completely erased, and her sister's prodding insults are changed from transphobic statements to bullying over Vivian's general appearance. Interestingly enough, if you played the game in the sole remaining version in Italian, Vivian is very openly portrayed as a trans woman, and in the in-game description, it even states that she's proud to have turned into a woman. This concept of an effeminate boy or a boy who looks like a girl is very...
That's a whole topic that could be explored. The translations, isn't it? How different translations handle such topics. I think that's a very interesting topic.
Consistent with Japanese portrayals of gender non-conforming or trans characters, and this is again due to
Hello, Dr. Yagi. That's right, I've got one of these sites as well. I'm a proud white forester. Thank you for joining.
societal expectations of conformity. In Japan and much of the East, being a so-called effeminate boy is less disruptive than being transgender, which is less disruptive than being gay. The German and English versions, in the meantime, handle Vivian from the perspective of what a Japanese developer or localizer might see as being a more compelling narrative in individualist societies. Which is to say, instead of Vivian struggling with identity and belonging, she suffers from an inferiority complex. She isn't seeking to be accepted for who she is seeking to be good enough to merit a placement in a hierarchy. And what does the Italian version teach us? Well, the Italian version teaches us that we cannot just group every Western country into the West and still have a nuanced perspective on cultures. In learning today about Eastern portrayals of trans and gender non-conforming characters in media, let us not forget that catch-all terms like Eastern and Western have their limits. Let us also keep in mind that I am not advocating.
I'm really happy to hear that. Also, my controller died because my battery died. I'm really happy that this person said that. Like this whole, the West and the... You know what I mean. I'm about to die. One moment. Okay, now this person has... Now that's a redeeming statement for the whole individualistic versus, you know. Side chat, true. I've been here before. Oh, then I apologize. Sorry.
Getting a collectivist East good, individualist West bad mentality. Denmark is more socially progressive than Italy, which is more socially progressive than the United States, which is more socially progressive than Taiwan, which is more socially progressive than Japan, which is to say simply, it's not that one culture is bad and another is good, it's that cultures, even neighboring ones, are different, and each approaches complicated topics like gender differently. When we understand the reasons why different cultures understand topics like gender in the ways that they do, we can begin to build a more understanding and empathetic world together.
I see. What did you think?
If you watched my video on JRPGs, you may remember how I noted that Western critiques of complicated ideas like capitalism tend to lack nuance, especially when compared to Japanese portrayals which tend to be very subtle by comparison. In researching this video, I came across quite a number of criticisms from Western commentators regarding Birdo and Poison and Bridget and Vivian. Some commentators find offense with how game developers waffle over whether or not to include their characters' trans histories in their portrayals. Other commentators are unhappy with how developers seem hesitant to outright state that a character is trans, in the way that Western games have a tendency to do by putting a trans flag in the game or having a character declare their identity aloud. But I hope that after watching this video, you will see where these more muted, subtle, unspoken portrayals of trans characters are coming from. This kind of media, these kinds of characters, are how Japan explores gender identity within its cultural bubble. These kinds of portrayals are seeds that yield fruit. Japan has a very different mentality and culture development than that of the United States or Italy for that matter, and it is developing a nuanced understanding of gender in its own way. See Bridget, who has ascended from otokonoko status into full-fledged, out-and-out trans woman. It is natural for a person to use the lens of their own culture to see the rest of the world.
I've actually met quite a few trans people on Instagram. So I've been told a few things about how trans rights work in Japan. Slowly but surely they are. True. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. As gigglers, because we are all gigglers here, right? The pond gigglers. We all fight for a better world, not just for a better, you know, what we can see for with our eyes. We're all in this together, trans people from Poland, the US, Ukraine, Vietnam, Japan, all over the world. I thought it was interesting as well. I love that fun name. Yeah, it's Gigglers. You really are new here, right? Yes, it's the Gigglers. And you can join the pond because I'm very duck themed. Look. Discord. See? You can join the Discord as well. The Discord. Okay, we'll watch it to the end.
After all, for many of us, it is the only lens that we have. And I know that we Americans are quite notorious for this myopic behavior. But I hope that this video has given you a brief look through a different lens and helped you to understand why exactly Japanese portrayals of trans characters are as they are. Japan and really much of East Asia is slowly moving towards a better understanding of itself. And at the end of the day, isn't that what being trans is all about? The rainbow road might be long and perilous, but at the end of it, you can be sure that there is a finish line. I hope that you enjoyed this shorter Pride Month special. Let me know what you think in the comments. Please also sub and check out the Patreon.
I'm choosing to interpret it as a very positive message. As in the end, the progressive way will win.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you, Fake Alec Parker, for giving Dr. Yagi a tier 3 subscription. Thank you. I'm surprised you haven't played Transformers today, because you've been really into it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should play the Transformers. Okay, do you want us to have a quick Transformers session before we finish stream? Yay or nay? If you want Transformers before the stream finishes, write Transformers. If not, then write It's Over Prime. There you go. 2 options. Transformers or It's Over Prime. Transformers. Transformers. More than meets the eye. Alright, we're gonna play some Transformers. I'm gonna turn the console off. And we're gonna... change the channel. For this, I'm going to use the old Xbox controller, which is damaged because a lot of emulators don't work well with the PS5 controller. So I'm using this old decrepit controller. Okay, we finished with this segment. If you liked it, then you know what to do with the bells and the subscriptions and all that other stuff. But now it's time for the Transformers on hard. It's gonna be hard, so don't be surprised if I die a lot. Wait, is this... okay, it should be fine. That's the right amount of triggers. Okay, it's gonna work with this controller. The Transformers. What is na żywo? Oh, what do you mean? Na żywo means live. Na żywo means live. Na żywo means live. In Polish.
All right, Optimus. To get to the first artillery unit, you'll need to head through the engine room. That's where we assembled the Ark's boosters.
I remember.
Your path should be fairly clear. All of that machinery will have been moved by now. All that is left now is the city's old foundation pumps.
That's right. And so is Gayfesh, for that matter. As I've seen on the tab. This is Optimus Prime. Looks pretty cool. We're gonna try to get the blueprints that we've missed the first time. Dobre. Which means good. How many languages do you either speak or are learning? Okay, so I know English, Polish. I can speak and somewhat write in Japanese. I know the Korean alphabet. So I want to get into Korean. I started learning Vietnamese. I want to learn Ukrainian. I am currently learning Hebrew, and I am looking into learning Yiddish, the language of the ancestors, Yiddish. And I'm probably gonna dabble into German as well, as I want to learn Yiddish. Learning German might be good as well. Or also, I've been recommended by a friend of the channel to learn Spanish. Hangul is a very interesting alphabet. You're right. It's a band of academics met and basically designed the alphabet. It has a very interesting history. Wait, what's here? I'm acting like this because I want to get all the blueprints, so don't be angry with me. Okay, do you promise not to be angry with me? This is whatever. I'm looking for blueprints. So you're multilingual. Yes, multilingual. That's correct. This is a language channel as well. This is a language channel. So I'm gonna do segments on languages as well. Oh, that's my kitty that sadly passed away a few years ago. But I really like her, you know? That's my kitty that sadly is no longer with us. But she was so friendly, so nice. Full of love. Quite literally. When I was sick once, she used to lie on top of me for a few weeks. She would follow me like a doggy. I speak English and only minor proficiency in German, although I am entering my third year of study. Although for an American, I'm doing pretty good language-wise. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stick with? What do you mean? Oh, when I got ill. I got a sickness. And I was just ill. That was before COVID. Or maybe not. Okay, that was not I'm not sure. It was some stomach disease. It was not COVID. It might have been before COVID. Like it was a stomach disease. I can say that for 100% sure. Or maybe it wasn't before COVID. No, it was not before COVID. COVID was already there, but... Or was it? God, I don't remember. I know there was a stomach thing. It was not COVID. Sharkticons? The cable is actually distracting a lot. We're doing pretty well here. What's up here? Wait, you mean me? By you, do you mean me? Wait, let me pass. What are you doing? My parents have each gotten COVID like 3 times at least. My mom thankfully have not gotten COVID even once. I have COVID for the first time last November and my taste messed up for a couple of months to where anything with vinegar tasted like mine with no cleaner. I may have had COVID at some point. I was never tested, but early on in the pandemic, I got a very bad sore throat, the worst I've ever had, but I'm fully vaxxed now, plus boosters. Same. That's really good. She has been spared. Yeah, but my father got COVID and died. My father died in the hospital. COVID. He was put on the ventilation, on oxygen and died. The same night he was put on oxygen and died. So my mom didn't get COVID, and my father got it once and died. Thank you. I was very saddened. We all expect him to be okay, but that was not to be. He died soon before the vax got developed and shipped, actually. So if he would have not gotten it for a while longer, he would have gotten vaccinated. And when you get vaccinated, the symptoms are usually much less severe, so he might have not died then. Like hardly anyone in my state gave a darn about the virus. No one quarantined, barely people wore masks. Most people were anti-vax. Yeah. That's really bad. Interestingly enough, my father was extremely vocal about the necessity of wearing masks, and told all of the skeptics about vaccination that as soon as the vaccination goes out, they all must get vaccinated. So yeah, I actually saw him tell to a person that was scared of vaccination that she must absolutely get vaccinated. that it's a necessity. And I knew people who lost family from it and were like anti-vax. It was also unnecessary. And a welding instructor lost his... Damn. That's really sad. You know? That's really sad. To lose... But it's really saddened when it happens as well. Just one moment they are pretty okay, and the other they're just gone. You need more ammo. Roaster Father, you said you were on close terms with him, if you don't mind me. Our terms were complicated. They were slowly getting better. Like we had a... You could say we had a complicated history, but... Like, let me just say... Let me put it this way. I would want him to live so our relations could get better. Does that make sense? Now that he's gone, our relations cannot get better. They just cannot. They were slowly getting better. Father grew to be more understanding. Like earlier, like soon before he got ill and died, he called my mom, and she happened to be on loudspeak. So I heard him say on the phone that he said that he's made a lot of mistakes when it comes to me and my brother, and he said that he would like to make things better, you know? And I believe that. I believe it. That was soon before he got ill.
Unfortunate but necessary.
Of course, you never want your last reaction to be an argument or an conflict where you never talk when you could have. That is good indeed, yeah. In fact, the cat on the... That's like... there were many things. Like... You know that saying, when it rains, it pours? There is this saying in English, I think. When it rains, it pours. My father died soon after the cat on the photo died. You know? Right. Lucy Hazeh. My name is in chat is Lucy Hazeh. I'm gonna show you. Look. Yeah, Daki Lucy Hazeh. Daki Lucy Hazeh. I'm also Daki Lucy Hazeh when I'm on different people's chats, you know?
The Autobots will triumph.
True, we will. But I also need to get blueprints, not just triumph. I cannot just triumph, I have to get the blueprint. With my grandfather during the pandemic, although not as a result of it, but COVID was almost a blessing. His girlfriend at the time was a horrid elder abuser. She lied to banks, forced him to walk and drive her when he was clearly not healthy and stole, but because of COVID, she lost access to him. In the last months in his life, she more or less vanished for the best. Oh. Where is it? Where is the next blueprint? Guide me to it. I need ammo. What is this? Okay, I think I have still some... Do I? Uh-oh. I need ammo. There you go. Listen, I think, believe it or not, I believe I'm doing better than on my first playthrough. And I'm playing on hard now. I believe I'm doing better now. I know where the next blueprint is. Do not start from about taking revenge. His stepbrother was a people user too. It was very unfortunate that Larry abused something that can be very finicky and correct, and it may boil down to the she said, he said when it was shouldn't. Yeah. There's a lot of ageism. You know, ageism is. Still need some ammo. Oh, he's high. With there we go.
Keep the pressure on.
True. Keep the pressure on. Wait, what? Don't keep that on. Oh no, 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 I'm messing up. That's not good. Okay, I need to heal. That was a bad move on my part. I shouldn't have rushed him. Where's the... There must be energy on here. Energon, there we go. I think that's an Energon container. Let's... I still think Grimlock is the best character in the entire game. Energon? There we go. Remember, Lucy, your shield matters more than health. That's true. It regenerates. Oh, there's energy on here as well. That's pretty nice. That's pretty neat. So there's no blueprint here. Optimus Prime is always so cool. And it's the legendary voice of Peter Cullen. I think we're maxed out on ammo. Oh yeah, we're also looking for all of the audio things.
I'm looking for the closest control room. I think it's this way.
You know, we're also looking for all of the audio tapes.
No more warmongering for you.
True. Energon.
He's around here somewhere.
Okay, where are we going? We were gonna get an upgrade.
The last prime. This is an honor.
Optimus seems mid combat wise. Everybody's mid compared to Grimlock. In this game at least. I want this really badly. Increases health. Okay, we're gonna buy some stuff for the vehicle mode. Oh. Wait. No, I've got this already. Purchase. That's actually a pretty good thing. Yeah. I think it's time to power up the vehicle mode. Megatron. Well, you know, Megatron's a bit more... Megatron's pretty cool, but Optimus is iconic as well. Plus we've got a stronger gun now we've upgraded. We've got better perks. I'm gonna get some nice... I want the health upgrade a lot. Oh, speak of the devil, let's listen.
Battlefield log 4578. Reapers. There's a whole platoon of them activated. If you're listening to this, turn back and avoid engagement at all costs. These things are as savage and brutal warriors I've ever seen. But if you must face them, always keep moving, and try to engage them from behind. Their armored claws make a head-on attack a waste of energon.
That's actually a very good introduction. This video log makes them feel really intimidating and I love how there is this little Cybertronian script in here. The Cybertronian alphabet. That's a nice touch. You gotta love it. Enjoy your knuckle invaders. Go to work tomorrow, so I'm have Wednesday in reserve for the hurricane. True. My power has been going out a lot lately, actually. You might have been here when my stream ended abruptly. Oh, that's cool. I actually forgot about that. Yeah. Do be careful. You're hoping for the best for you. Wait, where am I going? Am I actually going here? Am I actually supposed to go here?
Optimus, the control room is this way.
Where are the artillery controls?
They should be just around the incoming! Optimus, are you all right?
Optimus Prime.
In the back! Hit it in the... Ah! He's not stopping! Help me! Somebody!
I tried.
Optimus, are you all right?
Is it possible to help them?
But another one. Run, little Autobot.
Uh-oh. Wait, how do you lock onto enemies? Can you remind me? Can you remind me how to lock on to enemies? I don't... Is that a thing in this game? Locking onto enemies? I guess not. That doesn't matter. Sleep mode.
Perceptor, how do I destroy this thing?
Let's try it, sweet.
Oh my god, I died. Apologies. Okay, that was bad on my part.
Optimus, are you all right?
I'm fine, Perceptor, but another one. Vector circuits are shaken.
Optimus has bad memory. We've just watched a video explaining how to destroy this thing. Also, a transformer calls another transformer a thing. That feels a bit strange.
Schematics. You should be near the artillery controls.
I see them, but how do I get there?
There might be
Okay, is there a...
that could give you a boost.
Is there a blueprint here somewhere? That's my question. Is this the next level? Or do you mean far next level?
Optimus, you must
Oh.
reach those artillery controls. I'm certain that the ion vents can help you get there.
I think more of them are about to come here. Let's get some money. Oh. Okay. We're trying to get that health upgrade now. You know? Trying to get that now. So we're going up.
Where do you think you're going, Prime?
Two of them. Oh. That's just bad. Wait, I had the energy on here. Are they gonna kill him? Are they gonna kill him? Okay, I need more help. Okay, those are tough. Because I think he's glitched. Those are tough on hard. I've been here before. Okay, I have to get more. Is this done? Oh, you're right. Wait. I guess this is already done. Hey, let's go. Oh. That was bad. What I want to do is this. Nowhere. I need more health. There we go. Where's the other one? Where are you? Still got an energy on cube here and one above. Wow, thank God. The energy on. Damn. As you can see, I've gotten the shield upgrade. So it regens really fast now. Could you? Could you actually? Done.
Enough distractions. I've got a job to do.
True. Lending books as a librarian. All right.
Perceptor, I found the controls.
Excellent. You should be able to reroute energon from the Ark directly into the long-range artillery.
It appears to be working. Rocket system is online.
The code looks pretty rusty, so I'm going to link the artillery controls directly to your targeting computer.
I'll find some Decepticons to try it out on.
True. Like Megatron.
More Decepticons! Hold them here, Autobots! Decepticons! Your targeting chip needs recalibrating! Marauder, incoming!
I've been curious as to what an artillery strike would do to that marauder.
My sentiments exactly. Artillery online.
Take cover!
Let's finish this.
Oh. Shield.
Clear.
Here.
Optimus, this is Ironhide. The Ark is getting shelled pretty bad by those warp cannons. Shields are holding for now, but it's just a matter of time.
Help is on the way, Ironhide.
You can activate
True.
all defensive weapons. Move back through the engine room.
Don't die like you did in the Transformers, the movie.
On my way. Forward, Autobots.
Are there any audio things here? Blueprints. I guess there are no blueprints here, but there could be video, like audio things.
I needed that. We will never surrender.
True.
Thanks for the help, Optimus. We'll take it from here.
You're welcome. Is this a secret room that I can open? If I get one of those battery things? Oh. It feels like it should go to Lithuania. Lithuania is so small and sad right now. As strange as it may sound. Does that make sense? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it makes no sense at all. It could be. Like Poland, for example, has reverted to not calling it Kaliningrad anymore. Poland actually reverted to using its old name, Królewiec, which means King's land or something, I guess. Because I'm fairly certain Królewiec was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as well. At least at some point. Did you know that Kaliningrad or Królewiec was supposed to be part of Poland after World War II, but Stalin basically just yoinked it? Did you know that?
Now that the Energon is flowing again, you should be able to open a direct route to the flight deck.
Optimus, you are the last hope.
True, I am. As always, it's all up to me.
Long live the last prime.
What about Rodimus? I guess Rodimus is not a thing here.
Of course, I don't need to remind you that the more energon we spend on these guns, the less there is for the Ark.
We'll have to find a way to launch the Ark when this is over.
We have our method.
Are you controlling this room remotely?
No. What do you mean?
The room is shifting.
I am noticing a strange power surge in your area. Could be related to the energon you redirected.
Metroplex.
I'm nearing the main door that leads to the flight deck.
The power is out.
The schematic shows an access panel nearby. You should be able to force it open.
I'm surprised there are enough. I'm surprised there is enough power to keep the lights on. Is this blood? Right, let's go.
Anybody! If anyone can hear me, Starscream is... Yeah!
If anyone can hear me, feel free to listen in as I execute your friends.
Starscream. any mercy. Oh, that. I wasn't offering any.
Oh, snap. Oh, damn. Okay. It's getting tough out there. There's a good riposte. I wasn't offering any.
If anyone can hear me, start screaming! Yeah!
If anyone can hear me, feel free to listen in as I execute your friends.
Starscream.
Oh my god. Okay, now I'm rushing too much. To be a bit more careful about this.
If anyone can hear me, start screaming! Yeah!
If anyone can hear me, feel free to listen in as I execute your friends.
Starscream.
Okay, that's a big mistake. Yeah, the shotgunners. I have to learn how to deal with them.
Anybody! If anyone can hear me, start screaming! Yeah!
If anyone can hear me, feel free to listen in as I execute your friends.
Starscream.
Oh my gosh. I tried dodging as well.
Anybody! If anyone can
I will get it down.
If anyone can hear me, feel free to listen in as I execute your friends.
Starscream.
There we go. Okay, that went well. Told you I'd get it. Told you I'd get it down. There's a gun here. Oh, there's a stash here. I wonder. The shotgunners, true. My goodness. We're not messing around anymore. Now we're playing on hard. Wait till I get that HP upgrade. Is there anything here? There is. Some money here. I have to go to Misery. Oh, okay, I get it. Your sports thing, right? You mean your sports thing, right? Right. Martial arts.
No.
Optimus, what's going on?
I couldn't save them.
Remember the Ark. If we don't protect it, there's no future for any of us.
Of course, Preceptor. You're right. I'm heading to the neutron gun now.
Martial arts. Teaches you discipline. We might actually finish the stream for now. How long have we been streaming? I'm gonna tell you how long we've been streaming. Today. We've been streaming for 6 hours, 13 minutes. So I guess we're gonna finish it up here. We're gonna save, hopefully. We're gonna go to a save point. And then we're gonna finish up. Dobranoc, Lucy. Thank you. But first, save point. Before the dobranoc, we're gonna... Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Oh. Okay, I need to reach a save point. That's a must before we finish stream. That's a sword, I think. Save point.
Preceptor, I can see the Ark just ahead. Thank the Matrix, it's still standing.
Oh, Kazooie. True. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Still have control over the city's artillery.
Upgrading my systems can help.
Okay, we'll save. I think you save when you go here. So thank you. I'm gonna write the love and solidarity. Quick game. Yes, I think I have saved progress. So, love and solidarity and good night. I always write this at the end. Tomorrow we talk of the Great Synagogue. Good night. Look forward to tomorrow.